The reason why LOLC embarked into a multi-geographical strategy was mainly due to risk diversification and to broad base our customer base. In these countries, we find the SME market is huge, especially countries where we have a large population, where the SME sector has not been serviced. If you take the African continent, they have the highest growth rate in the world and the highest requirement, the highest need for microfinance. So that's where we are. Our key strength is our adaptability. We have proven it over and over again to various cultures, to various countries. And when we move in, we make sure that we absorb these countries into our system, into our framework, with the full cooperation of the team members in those countries and our customers. Technology has always been at the forefront of LOLC. Across these countries, we have moved our technology. We have iPay, we have introduced iPay into Cambodia, we have OES platforms, and all the latest digital developments in financial institutions are now being shared and serviced in these countries. We are a multinational, multicultural organization offering global best practices across the organization. Our ambition is to be a global player. Growth has always been by design, not by accident.
சில கனெக்ஷன்ஸ் எங்களோட எப்பவும் பக்கத்திலேயே இருக்கும்.
எங்கட வாழ்க்கையும் அந்த கனெக்ஷன்ஸை வச்சு தான் ஓடுது.
நான் ஒரு தனிநபராகவும்
நாங்க ஒரு நாடாகவும்
அந்த இணைப்புகளோட முக்கியத்துவத்தை நாங்க அனுபவிச்சிருக்கிறோம். வாழ்க்கையின் முக்கியமான நேரங்கள்ல,
நாட்டின் முக்கியமான சந்தர்ப்பங்கள்ல
எங்களை
நாட்டை
உலகத்தோடு இணைக்கிற பரந்த மற்றும் வேகமான
எங்களுக்காகவே அர்ப்பணிப்புடன் இருக்கும் இலங்கையின் நமது முதல் தர வலையமைப்பு டயலாக்.
Once again, good morning to all the delegates. Welcome to the first plenary session of the conference proper, titled Enhancing the Legal System of Sri Lanka to Facilitate Economic Development. It is my pleasure to introduce and invite on stage our respected, eminent panelists and moderator. If you're looking for someone who's seen, done, and experienced a diverse, vast sampling of Sri Lanka's legal world, you found him. Justice Kodaguda started at the Attorney General's Department back in 1989 and rose to be Additional Solicitor General, from which desk he was elevated to the Supreme Court in 2020. He is not only a judge, he was a key, if not the key personality behind the creation of the legal frameworks for the protection of victims of crime and witnesses, and the legal framework for ceasing proceeds of crime. Basically, he helped to make sure that crime doesn't pay and that victims get the support they deserve. Justice Kodaguda has also taken Sri Lanka's legal perspective to the world stage, including at the UN Human Rights Council. On top of all the heavy lifting, he still manages to be a prolific academic and lecturer. So whether it is in the courtroom, the classroom, or on the global stage, Justice Kodaguda never fails to leave his indelible mark on Sri Lanka's legal system. He is a real friend of the bar, obliging us in every way possible, and even today. We are honored to have him with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to His Lordship, President's Counsel, Honorable Justice Yasantha Kodaguda, Judge of the Supreme Court. So if I may invite you to take your seat on the stage. Thank you. Dr. Surya Peruma currently serves as the Secretary to the Treasury and the Secretary to the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, which is essentially saying he is right at the financial helm of the country. Before taking on that massive role, he was in the political hot seat as the Deputy Minister of Finance and Planning. Beyond that, his resume is stacked. He is a graduate with excellent credentials from CIMA UK, ACCA UK, and an MBA from the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura and a PhD from the Management and Science University of Malaysia. He also served an 8-year stint from 2013 to 2021 as a director at the Securities and Exchange Commission of Sri Lanka. In short, when it comes to the nuts and bolts of the nation's finances, you're looking at the chief engineer. We are thrilled to have him share his insights with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Harshana Surya Peruma. Mr. Harsha Amarasekara has been a sought-after legal counsel for corporates in Sri Lanka since 1987. He is one of those rare legal minds who hasn't just mastered one field, but pretty much the gamut of commercial law, securities law, banking law, and even intellectual property law. He is comfortable arguing in both the courts of first jurisdiction and the highest appellate courts. Mr. Amarasekara isn't just a lawyer, he is also a corporate wizard. He chairs the boards of multiple major companies listed on the Colombo Stock Exchange, including being the non-executive chairman of Sampath Bank and co-chairman of Royal Ceramics. He also holds key positions at companies such as CIC, Valuable Power, and Swisstech. He was also invited to and is now the chair of the Colombo Port City Economic Commission as Sri Lanka ambitiously endeavors to develop a world-class, business-focused, livable city in South Asia. In short, when it comes to the complex but necessary intersection of the law and big business, Mr. Amarasekara is the definition of an eminent practitioner. We are delighted to have him with us today. Please welcome my mentor, President's Counsel, Harsha Amarasekara. Mr. Deshal Dimel is the guy you call when the economy needs a serious fix. He recently finished a crucial stint as the full-time economic advisor to Sri Lanka's Ministry of Finance from May 2022 to March 2025. During this period, he was neck-deep in the heavy lifting of economic reform and the national credit restructuring, which, as we all know and we all do admit, is of high significance to Sri Lanka and not a small task. He is not just a domestic policy expert, he was the main man chairing the trade negotiation subcommittees for Sri Lanka's first comprehensive trade agreements with Singapore and Thailand. Today, he has taken his considerable expertise to the international level, consulting for giants like the World Bank Group and the Asian Development Bank. He also finds time to serve as an independent director for Capital Alliance and Fairfirst Insurance. And to cap it off, he's got the academic chops to back it up, obtaining a bachelor's degree from the prestigious Oxford University and a master's degree from the London School of Economics. Simply put, when it comes to the economy, finance, and trade, Mr. Dimel is the person you want in the room. We are delighted to have him. Please welcome Mr. Deshal Dimel. Mr. Rajiv Amarasurya really needs no introduction. However, may I say that on being elected as the President of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka, he stepped down from a major position on the Monetary Policy Board of the Central Bank, which he held due to his multifaceted credentials. He is a highly sought-after counsel with a considerable practice in the appellate courts, handling cases involving public law, banking, property, and taxation. On the global front, he serves as Sri Lanka's representative for the Commonwealth Legal Education Association, a fellow of CIMA UK and CMA Sri Lanka. He is also an alumnus of the Harvard Kennedy School and a CIMA Star Gold Award winner. In short, whether it's leading the bar, shaping monetary policy, or arguing complex appeals, Mr. Amarasuriya has experience at the very highest level. Please give a warm welcome to the President of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka, Mr. Rajiv Amarasuriya. Your moderator for this plenary session is Dr. Nadish De Silva, Attorney at Law, a true academic activist hybrid with a serious legal background. He is currently a senior lecturer and former head of department at the Open University of Sri Lanka. He stacked his education with an LLB from the University of Colombo, a master's in business law from India, and most recently a PhD from the International University of Japan. As an interdisciplinary researcher, he looks at the intersection of practically everything: law, trade, politics, human rights, and geopolitics. But he doesn't just theorize, he takes action. Dr. De Silva is well known for his role in activism, having served as the media spokesman and convener for the Federation of University Teachers Associations, or FUTA. He's been on the front lines playing a leading role in advocating for democracy, equality, and greater academic freedom. In short, Dr. De Silva is a brilliant legal mind who brings both being book smart and street smart to the table. We are delighted to have him moderating this session. Let's welcome Dr. Nadish De Silva, Attorney at Law, and I hand over proceedings to him.
Good morning, distinguished guests and my colleagues. So welcome to the session on enhancing Sri Lanka's legal system to facilitate economic development. So the topic that size very heart of our national transformation agenda today. So around the world, we are discussing to have economic development and with catalyst for sustainable growth. So countries like China, Malaysia, India have taken that strong position that they will lead the economy with strong economic policy. Before I come into this topic, so I will just set the background to understand this complex area that we really need to talk in the sense of legal development and also the policy development and economic development. So right now, the Sri Lanka's major economic and trade projects are not just about development. They sit at the crossroads of great power competition. One side, we have a competition, or we have to balance China. Also, we have to balance India. Also, we have to think about the pressure coming from the stimuli, the other countries of the world. So Sri Lanka being a major hub of South Asia, and also we used to call, we are the pearl of South Asia. Sometimes some countries used to look at this phenomenon like Sri Lanka is a security-centric country, and also some used to look at Sri Lanka as an economic hub. So we are now in this dilemma. So we are looking at, countries who are interested in on our country just because of our location and the security and also the economic development. They do have different interests. But what is important for today is enhancing Sri Lanka's legal system to facilitate this economic development. As our computer clearly highlight, the panelist specialist on this is very well and also very well very important task for us today to come forward and discuss this topic in different angles. So we do have specialists, experts from economics, we do have experts from public policy, the judiciary, and the legal professions. So today, Mr. Deshal will take the lead, and he's an economist, so he will discuss about the views and the challenges that we have today from the economic-centric view. And also, Dr. Harshana Surya Peruma will be talking in second for us, focusing on the government's role in policy development. And then Honorable Justice Jasantha Kodagoda, sir, he will be exploring how strength in the justice system supports economic confidence. And then our fourth speaker, Mr. Harsha Amarasekara, President Council, Mr. Harsha Amarasekara, will discuss the legal and institutional reforms for investment, trade, and also the capacity that we have to develop our business agendas. Finally, the President, Mr. Rajiv Amarasuriya, will be talking about this inclusive growth through the legal empowerment and the challenges that we have as the BSL. So that the things that we have to discuss today, all the panelists are given in between 15 to 20 minutes that you can decide according to the time that you have. So we'll be starting the role, this task today from Deshal Dimel. So Mr. Deshal Dimel, the mic is over to you.
Thank you, Nadish, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak to you today. It's, I think, particularly commendable to have an interdisciplinary session to start off your session. So I'm very glad to be here. So as Nadish said, I want to touch on the role of the legal framework in terms of supporting Sri Lanka's economic recovery. In terms of an outline of what I want to touch on this morning, so I want to start off by talking a little bit about the crisis itself, but focus on the role again of institutional and legal legislative weaknesses that created an environment that enabled the crisis. And then secondly, some of the measures that were taken to respond to the crisis and the impacts and the effects of that. And then the importance of locking in some of those reforms to prevent recurrence of crisis again, especially again focusing on the legal and the institutional measures that are important there and how the continuity of that is going to be important going forward. And now in terms of looking at where we are today and going forward, what we need to do to move from this position of economic stability towards a trajectory of growth and dynamism. And again, touching on kind of the legal perspective of the kind of laws that are useful in terms of facilitating that. And then and finally to touch on the qualitative side of growth in terms of shifting from the non-tradable sector into the tradable sector, focus on exports, on investment. I'm sure Mr. Amarasekara will go into more detail on that, so I'm not going to go into the specifics, but just to touch on the kind of economic significance of that as well. So that's an overall outline of how I want to take the next 15 or so minutes of my time. So in terms of background, so we all know, we don't need to elaborate on the fact that since the year 2022, late 2021, we as a country have faced our deepest and most complex economic crisis since independence in 1948. Now, there's a lot of debate on what has caused this crisis, and there are a lot of multifaceted issues in this regard. But I would characterize it as the crisis caused by persistent macroeconomic vulnerabilities that developed over a long period of time, which are exposed by domestic policy errors and compounded by numerous exogenous shocks, including the COVID-19 pandemic, the impact of the Russia-Ukraine crisis on commodity prices, and so on. So all of these came at the same time and exposed the vulnerabilities that we've been having for a prolonged period. Fundamentally, from an economic perspective, the root cause of the crisis has been a fiscal issue. It's been an issue of very poor government revenues over a period of around 30 years. There's been a persistent decline. which had led to large budget deficits in each year, and that contributed to a build-up of public debt, which eventually became unsustainable, and we had a debt crisis which culminated in April 2022. So a couple of charts to illustrate this a little bit. So on your left, we see the comparison of where Sri Lanka was compared to our peer economies. So this is from a recent IMF report. So you can see we were at 12.8% in 2000. This is between 2015 and 2019. At our lowest, it was above. Our revenue was around 8.3% of GDP in 2022. But here we can see how we stack up against other economies, and so there's clearly a fundamental issue in that regard. In terms of government expenditure, it has not been too much of a problem at an aggregate level, but really the fundamental issue was government revenue, which again comes down to fundamental issue of tax collection. And on the two charts in the middle and on the right is you can see how that has led to the build-up of both external debt and domestic debt over a period of time. So it was this kind of progressive situation that we had that built up and then culminated in 2022. Now, what are the kind of institutional and legal weaknesses that enabled this to manifest? So this is both the situation of inadequacy of the legal framework leading up to this situation, and also poor implementation of the existing laws that led to this crisis. And again, I will crystallize this into three areas. One is on terms of fiscal legislation institutions, that's government expenditure, government revenues. Central bank, that's monetary policy related weaknesses, and weaknesses in terms of the institutions and legal framework around debt management. So let's start with fiscal, right? So Sri Lanka has had from 2003 a legislation called the Fiscal Management Responsibility Act. Now, this is supposed to set fiscal rules that govern the management of fiscal resources by the Ministry of Finance. What has happened though over the years, over the say 20 years from the time that this act was enacted in 2003, every time Sri Lanka as a country came close to breaching one of the targets in these fiscal rules, the executive put forward a proposal to shift the goalposts, to make it to facilitate to enable that rule to give more flexibility for a looser fiscal policy arrangement. And the legislature also enabled this. There was very little debate or pushback against the moves of the executive. And there's also importantly very little public debate and public understanding of what is going on here. So the chart on the left shows how the rule on government guarantees kept changing each time. And on the right, we see how the rule on public debt limits also kept changing. So when you keep moving the goalposts, naturally you're going to see a negative outcome in terms of the intention of the law not really being met. So this is the example of poor implementation of an existing law. Secondly, if you look at on the monetary policy side, so we've had the Monetary Law Act since independence, but here again there were a number of weaknesses that enabled this build-up of macroeconomic vulnerabilities. First of all, institutional independence of the central bank under the previous legislation was undermined by numerous legal provisions. So, for instance, there was provisions that enabled fiscal dominance, that enabled fiscal policy. That means the policy of fiscal policy management to undermine the monetary stability of the economy. So, for instance, the executive had an unchecked role in terms of the appointment of the governor. The Treasury Secretary had a powerful seat on the monetary board that enabled fiscal issues to really influence monetary policy in a way that became problematic. And also there were no checks on monetary financing, what we call money printing in a loose sense. So this enabled, so the fact that these gaps were there in the monetary law provided space for the executive to keep being more and more lax on the fiscal policy side, because you knew that you had backstop on the monetary policy side, so you're able to keep building up debt because you knew that with worst case scenario, central bank will be able to step in and monetize your debt, and you won't have a problem. So these were the issues that facilitated a build-up of weaknesses and the institutional weaknesses in the system. Finally, on debt management, so debt until 2024 was managed between three institutions in the government, two departments in the Ministry of Finance, the External Resources Department and the Treasury Operations Department, and the Public Debt Department in the Central Bank. Now, because of this kind of mixed up or muddled management structure, there was limited accountability. There was very unclear accountability in terms of who was actually in charge of debt management in the country. There was no legal requirement for a medium-term debt management strategy, so that ended up creating incentives of fairly short-term thinking in terms of how we look after debt. And importantly, there were conflicts of interest. So, for instance, the central bank had a role in terms of setting interest rates to address their inflation, your inflation management function, but also had a role in terms of setting interest rates on your debt management. Now, there's a clear conflict between the two, right? Because if you need to have higher interest rates to keep your inflation under control, that's going to have an adverse impact on on the cost of your debt stock. So these were problems in the institutional framework of debt management as well, and that again resulted in poor outcomes on the liability structure, culminating in the debt crisis with the Republic's first default in April 2022. So in terms of crisis response, from around mid-2022, from around May 2022, the Sri Lankan authorities, that's the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank and the other government apparatus, has taken a comprehensive effort at macroeconomic reform to address the root causes of this crisis. Again, I don't want to go into a lot of detail here, but in terms of fiscal policy, we know that there were significant increases in taxation and public expenditure management. The objective there was to reduce the budget deficit, what I showed in the slide earlier, to gradually reduce the buildup of debt, and also to stabilize the domestic economy in terms of helping bring interest rates down and helping stabilize the external current account as well. On state-owned enterprises, there was a lot of reforms done in terms of addressing the losses made by the CEB and CPC in particular. So the introduction of cost-reflective energy pricing was an important reform on that front. In terms of monetary policy, there were implementation of high interest rates from 2022, and the elimination of monetary financing from around mid-2023. That was done to reduce inflation and again to stabilize the external account of the balance of payments as well. On the financial sector, a number of reforms are done on state-owned enterprises, on state-owned banks, particularly the big two, People's Bank and Bank of Ceylon, both in terms of their governance and management structures, and also in terms of restructuring the debt that they held and providing recapitalization from the Treasury to ensure stability of the banking sector, which is important to enable the flow of credit to support the growth from the economic recovery process. Importantly, there was welfare reform as well. That was shifting from the 30-year-old Samruddhi structure to a new welfare mechanism. This was important because when you have a structure of increasing taxation, introducing cost-reflective pricing of electricity and fuel, you need to have a very strong safety net to be able to address the risks to the poor and vulnerable. So the welfare reforms were done in terms of identifying objective mechanisms to target cash-based support for the poor and vulnerable, so that you're able to do these reforms on the macro side, and at the same time ensure that the most vulnerable in society are looked after as well. This is, of course, an ongoing iterative process. You're not going to get a perfect solution in day one, and those fine-tuning of those targeting and criteria continues to this day as well. And finally, of course, the debt restructuring process to exit from Sri Lanka's default credit rating, to normalize our engagement with the rest of the world, and again to free up fiscal space for essential public expenditure. Now, in terms of the outcomes of these have been largely positive, right? So if you look at, so this table shares some of the headline issues, but I think what is important is that there's a fundamental transformation in our macroeconomy that has set the stage for a much more stable environment to support growth going forward. A couple of examples, right? So if you look at the first line there, the primary budget surplus. So last year we had a 2.2% of GDP primary budget surplus compared to a 5.7% deficit in 2022. Now, to put that in context, between independence in 1948 and 2022, there were only 5 years where we had a primary surplus. So now we've had two successive years of primary surplus. This year we'll have primary surplus as well. And if the current fiscal structure remains, we will continue to have primary surpluses going forward also. So it's a fundamental change in terms of economic management. Similarly, the current account balance. Between 1977 and 2023, we had not had a current account surplus in the balance of payments in all of those years. So we had one in 23, we have one in 24, we'll have one this year as well. And again, we can expect to see continued current account surpluses as long as the macroeconomic structure remains in place. So all of these have really, what we can see is that the reforms that were put in place over the last 3 years have created a paradigm shift in terms of the macroeconomic structure. So we also need to shape our thinking in a different manner in that regard, right? So it's very difficult to compare the past and the future and the present and the potential future if we are able to continue with this trajectory. But in order to do that, we need to also be able to lock in those reforms. Now, Sri Lanka's history is one where when we have gone into a crisis, we undertake some of the difficult reforms, but as soon as we see some degree of stabilization, we tend to reverse those and we go back to our old bad habits. So what can we do to lock in those reforms? So crucially, you need to have the strong legal instruments and a good institutional framework to back those up and to implement those properly. So there are 3 fundamental pieces of legislation that were introduced in 2023 and 2024 that I would think go a long way towards enabling this locking in of reforms to underpin the macroeconomic structure for the future as well. The first is the Central Bank Act of 2023. Rajiv will know about this very well. So this addresses many of those issues that I addressed in those initial slides in terms of providing institutional independence for the Monetary Authority. It introduces checks and balances on the appointment of the governor, removes the ST from the Monetary Board, prohibits monetary financing, and it establishes a single mandate of inflation targeting for the Monetary Authority. Because in the past, Central Bank had multiple different objectives, and it kept getting, that muddling also had negative outcomes in terms of the monetary policy function. Secondly, I would say the equivalent for of the Monetary Policy Act for the Central Bank, the equivalent of that for the Ministry of Finance is the Public Finance Management Act of 2024. Now, this sets out binding fiscal rules in terms of setting the targets that will ensure fiscal stability, the persistence of primary budget surpluses, and so on. It provides for a higher degree of fiscal transparency and accountability, and for the improved fiscal governance that can reduce the risks of the kind of the factors that resulted in the crisis in the first place. So this again is a fundamentally important piece of legislation. And thirdly, the Public Debt Management Act of 2024. Now, this establishes a unified institution for debt management. So as I said earlier, there were 3 institutions with a fairly mixed up mandate. This builds that into a new unified institution, the Public Debt Management Office. There are clear requirements in terms of medium-term debt management and debt management planning, and introduces a number of global best practices in terms of debt management as well. So again, fundamentally important in terms of addressing the root causes of the crisis in terms of debt management. So I would say that adherences to these 3 pieces of legislation without substantive amendments going forward will significantly improve Sri Lanka's macroeconomic stability. It will give us the confidence that the results that we saw over the last 2 years can continue into the future as well. So in the past we had these, as I said, these volatile boom-bust cycles where we'd have recovery, crisis again a set of policy reforms, and again, back to old practices. That boom-bust cycle can be converted into a more stable, predictable economic path, which is really the most important thing from an investor's perspective. I'm sure Mr. Amarsekar will elaborate on this as well. Unless you have predictability in terms of the trajectory of the macroeconomic path, it's very difficult for investors also to be able to take risks on their capital. That is what is needed really for growth and for job creation going forward as well. To these 3 pieces of legislation, I also want to add 2 more, which I will talk about a little bit later. One is the legislation to govern state-owned enterprises and also to provide the legal framework for public-private partnerships. Now, with regard to state enterprises, as I mentioned earlier, weak management of SOEs has been a major contribution to fiscal risk in the country, particularly entities like CPC and CEB because of mismanagement over a period of time. So again, it's important to have a legal framework that ensures appropriate governance of these entities and fiscal disciplines akin to what we have, for instance, the rules that we have for governing our listed companies. Obviously, some of those will not apply, but the legislative framework to support that, I would think, is important as well. So I think that is again something that needs to be considered going forward. Laws along these lines have been drafted. My understanding is that the government is reviewing these and looking at implementing some legislation along these lines going forward as well. But of course, laws alone are not going to be sufficient, as we saw with the Fiscal Management Responsibility Act of 2003. Institutional capacity is important as well. So, for instance, the new institution, the Public Debt Management Office, it's important that the officers in there are given the technical support to be able to upskill and to meet the requirements, the fairly onerous requirements of that office. And again, that is something that the ministries, I understand, is working on. And building up that institutional capacity is important across all of these entities as well. So ensuring the sanctities of these three pieces of legislation in particular, I would say, is a responsibility of all citizens. But the legal fraternity in particular, it's important that we understand these, the significance of these and the importance of these, and support their continuity going forward. Okay, so moving on, so I would say that in terms of the stabilization of the economy, it is fairly well established and fairly well underpinned by the existing framework. So what is important now is to build on this and to really move from a situation of stability to growth, because in order to create prosperity, to reduce poverty, stability is not enough. It's a necessary but not sufficient condition, and we also need to see continued growth of the economy, particularly in a manner that creates wealth in an equitable manner. So towards this end, the second generation of reforms are going to be important. Because over the years, what we have seen is whenever a government wanted to stimulate growth, the government will resort to either monetary fiscal policy stimulus, that's reducing taxes or ad hoc basis increases of expenditure, or reducing interest rates through monetary policy mechanisms in an unsustainable manner. So that was done to kind of give a sugar rush or a artificial boost to support growth. But this is what has led to those boom-bust cycles that characterized our past and really built up the vulnerabilities in our economic structure. Now, going forward, we don't have the buffers to be able to afford that anymore. So we need to move on to a different structure. And of course, the three laws that I mentioned earlier also don't allow us to make this kind of unsustainable fiscal and monetary stimulus. So in that sense, growth going forward needs to be driven by persistent gains in economic productivity. So that is by enhancing the output that we have from our factors of production. That's land, labor, and capital, all of which are limited. We know that we don't have unlimited land, we don't have unlimited labor, we don't have unlimited capital. So it's a question of what you can do to get the maximum out of these factors of production in a manner that enables persistent growth. So here again, there are important legislative and institutional factors that are important. So if you look at, for instance, the market for land has been one of the binding constraints for investment that has been understood over a period of time. So there's a necessity for issues like improving access to land titles. We do have an existing system called BIM-Savia. Again, I think 1998 or 2003 legislation at that time. It's important to be able to free up underutilized land for more productive use, and also address institutional fragmentation. There's a number of institutions that are required in terms of approvals for land that causes huge headaches for investors, makes it difficult to go ahead with the investment process in the country. So these need to be addressed as well. So in terms of legislation, there's a public asset management legislation that is in a draft stage that looks at the management of state-owned assets in particular, and how those can be most optimally utilized in terms of ensuring productivity. There are certain lands that keep land resources, certain legislation that keeps land resources stuck in unproductive use. The Panelist Act is, for instance, one of those that results in farmers being able not being able to optimally choose the way that land is deployed in terms of economic usage. On the labor market, there's a lot of need for increased labor market flexibility. The legislation needs to facilitate things like part-time work, remote work, things that are enabled by technology in today's context. There's a need to reduce informality, to support female labor force participation, among others. And here again, there's important legislation that needs to be addressed. There's been a unified the labor also is under a number of fragmented laws. There's been an attempt to draft a unified piece of labor legislation that needs to move forward as well. And also amendments to the Shop and Office Employment Act. Shop and Office Employment Act, and these are again important measures to really unlock productivity in the labor force, in the labor market as well. Finally, in terms of capital measures, legal measures are required to enable smooth movement of capital from unproductive sectors into more productive areas. Insolvency legislation has an important role to play in that. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier, state-owned enterprises legislation, public-private partnership management legislation, those are important to underpin the capital market as well. I have 1 more minute, so I'm just going to quickly wrap up. I don't want to take too much time on trade and investment because Mr. Amarasekar, I'm sure, will cover this. But here again, there's a need for the institutional framework to evolve. Right now, our Board of Investment and our trade institutions, such as the Department of Commerce, EDB, they are functioning from fairly old legislation, 30, 40 years old. The world has changed a lot. We also need to be able to adapt and to create an institutional framework that will facilitate investment and facilitate our engagement in the global economy, particularly through instruments like trade agreements. We have been left out of trade agreements or the global value chains to a great extent. So we need to have deeper trade agreements with our bilateral and regional partners to be able to engage in that aspect of the global economy also. And these are fundamentally legal instruments, so it's important for the legal fraternity to be aware of and to facilitate that process. So in concluding, what I would say is that Sri Lanka has made an appreciable recovery from the unprecedented economic crisis that we faced in 2022. But that stability that we have reached right now hinges on the continuity and effective implementation of those 3 pieces of legislation. So it's important for the public and the legal fraternity in particular to appreciate and to be well informed of these laws and their implications for economic health. And also to support the next generation of economic reforms to unlock productivity in markets for land, labor, and capital. The legal and institutional framework for that again needs to be developed going in the coming years. And also the institutional reforms to back our institutions relating to trade and investment. Those also need to take place to really go from what we have achieved in the last couple of years on stability to really move into the next level of growth and prosperity. Let me end there. Thank you very much for your hearing and look forward to questions that you may have. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deshal, for setting up the background and his lengthy explain what are the consequences of crisis and how government reform the existing policy and legal framework. And then I would step in up to our second speaker. But before moving to that, I also would like to cross-check and also look back what exactly Deshal explained. Dr. Surya Perumal, you're very well, I mean, you took the huge challenge by coming into this administrative side and then addressing the challenges that we have right now. One thing that Deshal highlighted here, the policy reforms that this government did during this forced reform, forced crisis reforms. And now also we are in the engagement with IMF. And do you really think that we can go ahead with these existing reforms, or government thinks that governments needs to have a different model in addressing these challenges? Also at the same time, now World Trade Organization is shrinking. We are discussing new challenges, and also we are trying to be a develop or building block to the world trade system. At the same time, many countries, many developing countries in South Asia, also thinking about, they are coming as building blocks. But Sri Lanka wants to be a building block without being a stumbling block to the international trading system. So what would be the future of Sri Lanka trade and investment path? Many countries have set up investment projects in the country right now. And also we have significantly only 2 bilateral trade agreements that have been set with India and Pakistan. And what do you think the government role in this? What would be the future challenges that you have in addressing these challenges?
Wonderful. Thank you very much once again for the association for inviting me for the session to share some of the thoughts, the way how we see it, and the way forward. We all know that we are sitting on top of a man-made crisis. It was never an accident. Multiple policy errors, multiple implementation errors, and sometimes we played the role, many of us as spectators, and took advantage of the systems and the laws that are not getting implemented properly. As a result, we were drawn into this situation over a period of time. In that process, unless government is having adequate revenue to provide the services to citizens, to meet the aspirations of businesses, government has to borrow. The way how government borrowed ended up us on a mountain of debt of $100 billion, which is beyond the imagination of ordinary citizens of this nation. That's why we, as I mentioned earlier, many played the role as spectators. When there was an obligation to pay taxes, we thought it was a choice to pay taxes. When there was an obligation to open a tax file, we thought it's an individual choice to do so. We have passed that era. As a result, country has got into a situation requiring a different model to be adopted. Otherwise, a lot of advocacy, a lot of advice was available as to how to fix a country, but it was not implemented. It was a calling, a wake-up call for the nation to look at a different approach. IMF has to come into that engagement. As a result, a very tight framework was created. The stability that we have achieved as a nation as of now is by implementing and executing the things that we wanted to do all alone for many generations. So the difference is putting into practice what we preached. It is important to have the financial discipline brought into the government system. From the Ministry of Finance side, structural reforms were required. Amendments and changes to existing processes and procedures, laws and rules, regulations were required. Partly it was completed, and it's an ongoing process from the ministry side of it. And because of the way how things were done, how swiftly things were implemented, we were able to achieve things that this country wanted to achieve for many, many decades. Having a certain amount of primary balance, keeping our government expenses, recurrent expenses within a certain threshold and a parameter, our capital expenditure to be at minimum a particular point in order to generate the growth that the country needs for tomorrow. And because these are getting implemented, for the first time in history, government is able to achieve some of the targets it's able to achieve. I'll give some examples. We used the same team members, staff members at Customs, IRD, Excise Department, Revenue Generation institutions, and more or less the same systems, yet we have exceeded the revenue generation expected from those institutions. IRD has exceeded its revenue generation targets, Customs has exceeded its revenue targets, and Excise Department also marginally exceeding. So boiling down to implementing zero tolerance for corruption to ensure leakages are fixed, addressed promptly, and not tolerated. This allowed the administration to secure revenue that should have been coming into the treasury, yet going out of the treasury, to be rerouted back into the treasury. As a result, we have a balance of cash balance of more than $1 trillion at treasury, which is a wonderful situation for a country to be, for a government of the size of and scale of Sri Lanka to be, given the situation that we are in. We never had that luxury. As I mentioned, it is about implementation. Laws were there, rules were there. So the focus were drawn to make sure things are implemented on a timely manner. In doing so, we had to make sure to minimize the person-to-person engagement that opens up room for corruption vulnerabilities. That's where the digitization came into the picture. I'll give some examples once again to get into perspective, to understand how this has helped us. The institution relating to importation and exportation, the Controller General's office, was digitized 100% online from 1st January this year. So issuing of permits, application, payment of fees, multiple actions that were to be done, and it takes days in the past, queues with hundreds of people coming into, they had to come to Colombo all the way to get their works done, irrespective of their zone. Your BOI zone was down south, or is it up north, you had to come into Colombo for some of the matters. Now that can be done digitally, 100% online. I mentioned this one at one forum somewhere in early April, I remember this year. But somebody contested me, saying, even though I'm saying we still have to go to Import-Export Controller General's office to get things done, which is a fair comment from the business community. So just to make sure that we understand what's really going on, I decided to walk into Import-Export Controller General's office on a Monday morning. There were 5 counters which would have been filled with hundreds of people in the past. Not a single person in any of the counters except one person in one of the counters. I was so curious, I had to go and ask from him what brought him into the counter today. I went and asked from him, services are available online. You don't have to come, what brought you here? And he was complaining, it is delays. We have applied long and we have not got the approval. Then I asked, I just wanted to know that when he mentioned the delay, when has he applied? He has applied Friday at 3:30 online. Monday, 10 o'clock, he's at the counter saying it's delayed. In one angle, I was happy. The expectation bar of the businesses has increased. If you look at from the number of working hours from 3:30 on Friday till 9:30, 10 o'clock on Monday, it's few hours. Yet it is considered as a delay. I was happy to some extent. And I asked, and I informed to him, you have applied Friday and today is Monday. What brought you here? Because there were a lot of challenges. We knew what was happening in some of these institutions. As I mentioned, a lot of corruption challenges that we had. And he said, the freight forwarding agency, there's a flight that has landed and there was a malfunction in the braking system. For the flight to take off, a certain component has to be cleared urgently as an emergency activity. That's what brought him to the place. Not necessarily it was a delay. So that's an example how we have connected processes to digitization, and as a result, improvements in the system. This has yielded the results that we were looking forward as a country. I can give numerous examples. BOI is digitized from mid of this year. Instead of coming all the way, asking for details, collecting so many applications, someone from anywhere in the world can lodge their applications, monitor their progress, connected to officials and partners to get their work done. So digitization is a critical approach in this journey that we are making use. Because of what we did, as I mentioned, revenues were channeled back into treasury, processes were introduced, structural reforms were done, and as a result, the need for the government to go and borrow from the market reduced slowly. I'm sure some of you would know government was the largest borrower from the banking sector in the past. Because of the way the financial discipline was brought back into the system, how we managed the treasury, the need for the government to go out and borrow from the banking sector came down. As a result, two things happened. Number one, more money was available for businesses to borrow, individuals to borrow from the banking sector. And it allowed businesses to engage back in businesses, getting into business loans, go for production expansions, factory capacity enhancements, etc. And because the demand for borrowing is low from the government side of it, the interest rates of the country started coming down. They are at historical low levels as we speak now. I'm sure I recently saw an advertisement. A bank is advertising housing loans at 6.75%. Housing loans at 6.75. What made that difference? It is the financial discipline to ensure the money that government collects is put to the right use. And you make sure revenues are collected. In the past, if you look at the way how capital budget was spent of the government, we have thousands and thousands of buildings, unproductive assets created and not being put into good use. So the capital outflow is there, money is going out from the treasury. GDP is recorded at marginal levels, 3%, 4%, 5%, because government is spending, that is getting recorded. However, those expenses are not contributing back into the economy. For the economy to grow, those expenses have to contribute back into the economy. You create structures in faraway places without going through proper feasibility study, need analysis, readiness to implement projects. You create white elephants at the end of the day. But the money is spent. During that period, government is engaged in the construction, GDP is recorded. The moment the construction is completed, it's going down again. Why? Asset is not put into good economic use. So these were the challenges we had, but now it's going through a very thorough process. Government institutions, they can't ask for capital budgets, capital expenditure. Politicians can't come and request billions, millions, saying that I need this project to be implemented in the next budget. That is not possible. There is a process to follow. By end of May every year, all government institutions supposed to submit their request for capital expenditure for the following year, instead of accommodating unsolicited proposals day before the budget or creeping into the system through a cabinet paper. So the project's supposed to be submitted, reviews of their readiness, feasibility analysis, in terms of need analysis for the country, those will be reviewed through PIP, Public Investment Program process, and those will be reviewed by committees, officials. The projects that are getting approved will be escalated to the next level for funding through the budget. I'll give another example of the process improvements. The tenders were awarded in the past without the level of transparency that we would have expected to have. The IMF conducted the project to improve governance in the system. One of them is to ensure projects over $1 billion rupees that were awarded to be hosted on a website, so the people who lost the tender knows, citizens can understand what has gone, the prices they are going to, countries going to pay, etc. That requirement was not implemented. In late 2024, that requirement was implemented. As of now, government is publishing projects over $1 billion rupees that has been awarded through tenders. Anyone can go and see. Not only that, we have improved the bar once again. Projects over 250 million, now we are publishing on that website. And once again, I mentioned this one at a forum recently, and somebody in the audience challenged me. They said, this particular tender, over $1 billion of rupees, is not shown in your website, which was a correct fact, because that tender, the way how it was awarded, it is now currently challenged in courts. So until it is challenged, we were not able to finalize. It was not able to be disclosed. So these are some of the examples as to how we are managing the system. We all knew, as I said in the past, for a long period of time, what is the right thing to do, but we kind of took the role as spectators as a country. Now is the time. We need investments. Confidence is growing up in the country. We can see the way how the stock exchange is performing. We have broken many records in terms of indexes. That shows the confidence is back. Businesses have started investing again in their businesses. Banks are lending at a rate to businesses. That shows confidence is growing. Foreign investors are coming into the country. We want it to be at a higher, greater pace than what it is now. I'm sure we will support that process. That's where certain legal reforms are also required. For the first time, investor protection law is to be brought in. It is getting finalized as we speak. So some of them are structural reforms. Some of them are through implementation. SOEs are supported to do the right thing. When directors were appointed to banks, that's a classic example. Previously, there were several appointments which we called as political appointments. For the first time, a process was introduced. Private agency, competent agency was handed over through a tender to call for CVs of professionals who are competent, some from legal fraternity, finance experts, administrating experts, banking experts, for them to apply not to the government but to this this outside agency, expert agency, through a screening process, appointed professionals, selected and gave a list of candidates to be appointed to the SOBs, state-owned banks, BOC, People's Bank, NSB, and few other banks. It's not a choice for the government. We followed the process. What is the outcome? Banks are reporting higher profits. BOC has broken records and achieved highest ever profits. NSB has done the same. Many banks are doing the same. So these are some examples how the system is getting implemented. It is progressing, but there's a role for all of us to play. My humble invitation is, in the past, as I mentioned, we chose to declare part. We chose to pay part of what we were supposed to pay. And there was a valid reason. We don't find fault with individuals or businesses, because the system was such that we were not sure our hard-earned money is going to the right use. I gave several examples to demonstrate now it is happening. Change is taking place. So we humbly request and invite all of you all to be part of that system, because as a country, together we can make it possible. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Surya, for your great and clear explanation from the government side. Now, the third speaker, Your Lordship, the first two speakers have spoken about the challenges that we had during the crisis time, how government responded, and what are the future activities or pathways that we can take it up. So now the duty of the bar, duty of the law, and the legal reforms to be done also needs to be explored. And also reforming also the practical judicial reforms, perhaps through the commercial courts and case management system. Since you have an array of experience in this area, we hope, Your Lordships, you can discuss about the challenges and future pathways that we have.
Distinguished resource persons, eminent invitees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. To speak on this topic, I must confess, is a challenge for me, particularly since I don't come from the discipline of economics. Be that as it may, having read and listened to a host of economics, as well as from a common sense approach, I have listed some of the key features that we need to have in place to facilitate rapid economic development. So that's going to serve as the first part of my presentation. During the second part, I will focus on the legal system of our country as to how the legal system could be reformed to facilitate economic development. I think it was said by both the previous speakers, the experts in this area, that there must necessarily be clarity in economic and fiscal policy. That I think is the starting point for any form of internal or external investment to be pumped in to generate the GDP, to accelerate growth. The second area, I think, is for investors to form a view that the prevailing economic and fiscal policy of the country will remain stable without the system changing once in every 5 years. There has to be a perception founded on very good reason that the economic and fiscal policy will remain stable and moving in a given path, without which investors would not feel confident in investing in the economy. The third is trade liberalization. I wouldn't want to go into any area that is of political sensitivity, but it is a given fact that for investors to invest, they would want the freedom to engage in any lawful business. That is like a starting point, without the state dictating as to the type of trade and business activity that an investor could engage in. Debt sustainability. Dr. Dimel spoke about debt sustainability to a very great extent. Stable inflation and interest rates. During the planning stage of any business enterprise, investors would start by looking at the inflation rates as well as the interest rates, because a considerable amount of investment is founded upon borrowings, and therefore they need to project how much their investment can be converted into wealth, and for that they need to know and be confident that the existing inflation and interest rates would remain stable. A reasonable and stable tax policy is something that investors look at. I do understand Dr. Surya Perumal's concern. His concern arises primarily due to the fact that even as we speak, notwithstanding stringent measures having been put in place, a considerable amount of individual taxpayers as well as institutional taxpayers, they avoid to pay their obligations in the form of state revenue. Indeed, an efficient public service sans bureaucratic bottlenecks and delays. Dr. Surya Perumal spoke of digitization as to how digitization contributes both towards elimination of corruption as well as improvement in the efficiency of the state sector. Indeed, I would fully agree, and therefore investors naturally would want to have an efficient, corruption-free bureaucracy in place. Investors would not want to see state-owned enterprises causing a burden on the treasury, as it has been for a considerable period of time. So with regard to state-owned enterprises that continue to cause a burden on the treasury, the state will have to decide whether those enterprises ought to be restructured, closed down, or whether they should provide for private investment to come in so that there can be state cum private enterprise partnering in the running of those business enterprises. Fair and objective law enforcement and regulatory mechanisms is also another feature that investors would like to see, particularly in areas where both the state as well as the private sector participates jointly in the running of a particular industry. For example, the banking sector. Another example would be the insurance sector, where both the state and the private sector are participating jointly. The private sector expects fair and objective law enforcement as well as regulatory functioning, which is critical. They expect, in other words, a level playing field in which both the state as well as the private sector could compete and participate in the chosen area of trade, commerce, or finance. Improvement in the ease of doing business. There is this index which lists how convenient or otherwise it would be for any agency in the private sector to engage in business. And it is rated. There is information in the public domain as to where we are in the ease of doing business index. We need to climb up the ladder. We are not presently in, at least as at the time the index was published for the last time, we were not ranked well. So particularly external investors who wish to bring in investment, this is one of the starting points they look at, the ease of doing business index. Investment protection, which really means protection against nationalization. It is common sense that private sector investors would not want to invest in a given area of enterprise if there is a likelihood that down the road their enterprise would be taken over by the state. And therefore, they naturally expect investment protection in the form of a guarantee against nationalization. All areas of finance, trade, and commerce must necessarily be rule-based as opposed to based on the dictates of a few powerful individuals. It must be rule-based so that when bringing in investment as well as running their enterprise, they can be governed by a set of rules as opposed to individual or collective dictates of powerful people. So it must be rule-based, and this is one area where the law needs to contribute, because there are still certain areas of finance, trade, and commerce that are not rule-based. We need to convert those areas into either legislation or regulation. Investors, particularly external investors who want to bring in their investment, naturally expect developed physical, in the sense logistical and transportational, as well as digital infrastructure. They like to bring in their investment so that the investment can be converted into an enterprise, a viable business, as early as possible, and for that, developed infrastructure facilitates. As it was said short while ago, not only from the perspective of workers' rights, investors look for an educated, skilled, as well as a disciplined workforce. Particularly those of us who have seen industrial disputes are only too aware as to how industrial disputes can kill industries, can ruin otherwise very legitimate industries. And therefore, naturally, investors want an educated, skilled, and disciplined workforce. A stable socio-political environment. This is not to say that there shouldn't be democratic elections. Indeed, there should be democratic elections, which is a part of the rule of law and a part of governance in this country. However, they expect the overall path to be stable. So a stable socio-political environment is a must. Maintenance of law and order and a peaceful society, which is primarily the job of law enforcement agencies such as the police. Investors would obviously want relative peace and the maintenance of law and order throughout the country for them to run their businesses. Respect and the maintenance of the rule of law as opposed to the dictates of a few, and also the protection and the recognition of human rights. Most investors, if they have a choice between a democratic country that is governed by the rule of law as opposed to an autocratic country which is governed by the dictates of a few, they will naturally choose a democratic country that is governed by the rule of law as opposed to the dictates of individuals. Businesses, as in the case of any other relationship, can run foul. Disputes inevitably arise when human beings participate in not only transactions but in other activities as well. And therefore, investors want viable and very effective dispute resolution mechanisms. And this is once again an area that is directly relevant to the legal fraternity. And associated with effective dispute resolution mechanisms is this area. Contracts, all business activities are founded upon contracts, and contracts sometimes run foul with disputes arising, and therefore one option that is available is the judicial enforcement of failed contracts. Judicial enforcement of failed contracts through litigation, in other words, by filing court cases. Investors want, as well as the entire private sector, I would say, want very quick results in that regard. Whenever there is an attempt to judicially enforce, in other words, enforce through court action, a failed contract, they want the judicial response to be expeditious. I will be talking more about that in a short while. And indeed, investors and all people alike expect an independent, competent, effective, and efficient system for the administration of justice. As it was said, effective anti-corruption, and we must be very happy that there is effective anti-corruption law enforcement taking place based on legislation. And finally, an unpolluted and a pleasant environment. Indeed, the investors look at the environment as well because they wish to come in and stay in a pleasant environment which is not polluted. Now, of those 21 factors, ladies and gentlemen, These factors in particular relate to the legal system of our country. And therefore, these factors, which I have extracted from the list of 21, relate to the legal fraternity. Primarily, it is not the only business of the legal fraternity, but certainly the legal fraternity has an important role to play in this regard. So, rule-based system for finance, trade and commerce, which means the substantive law of the country in particular, must capture all areas of finance, trade and commerce, conscious of the fact that it's not a one-way road, conscious of the fact that certain areas of trade and commerce in particular needs to be deregulated so as to confer on private enterprise some degree of liberation from stringent rules. So deregulation is required, but primarily a rule-based system to run finance, trade and commerce. Availability of effective dispute resolution mechanisms, which means negotiation, mediation, conciliation, contractual adjudication, arbitration and judicial adjudication. Those 7 mechanisms must be equally available within the country for people and particularly for the business community to have their disputes resolved. And once again, an improved and efficient system for judicial enforcement of failed contracts. And finally, above all, the icing on the cake is an independent, competent, effective, and efficient system for the administration of justice. Let me move on to the second part, and that is regarding an independent, competent, effective, and efficient system for the administration of justice, which really means an efficacious system. If a system of justice is independent, if those who are servicing the system, not only the judges, but the lawyers as well, are competent, if they are effective in their responses and also efficient in the process of adjudication, that is an efficacious system, and indeed the country requires an efficacious system. Do we have one? I would think we can very proudly say that we do have one. But on the other hand, if I were to ask you whether there is room for improvement, I believe you will say, indeed, there is room for improvement. It can't be a mere feeling that we entertain. Our views must be founded upon empirical evidence. And let us just look at 3 areas of empirical evidence. Let me start with the criminal justice system. Would you know the time between the average time between the filing of a complaint at a police station and the end of the corresponding trial in the High Court? The time between filing a complaint in the High Court, obviously it must relate to a serious offense, and the corresponding end of the trial in the High Court, which means indictable offense. The time is, statistics say so, the time is a staggering 10 years and 2 months. 10 years and 2 months. Should there be an appeal to the Court of Appeal and thereafter an appeal to the Supreme Court, that time period will be increased by another 5 to 9 years. By another 5 to 9 years. So while you are enjoying the hospitality of Kandy, should your house be burgled tonight? I hope not. Please do your own calculation as to when the burglars, if found, would be convicted and sentenced. and from the perspective of a victim of crime, and from the perspective of the society, I would ask you to consider whether you would feel content with such a system. Statistic number 2. What is the average time that a partition case takes place? To move from the district court right up to the civil appellate high court and from there to the Supreme Court. What would the statistics relating to the last 10 cases decided by us in the Supreme Court reveal about the average time? Any guesses? 47 years, Mr. Vikramanayak. You might even think litigants have been lucky. 47 years. This is based on statistics that I can prove. Yes, we have the commercial high court system, which is indeed functioning very well, catering to the original objectives for which the commercial high court was established, be that as it may. What is the average time for a case filed in the commercial high court to be concluded by the hearing of the direct appeal in the Supreme Court? Any guess? You have heard me before, whoever who said that. 15 years, indeed. 15 years. So can we be complacent or content? We can be neither. Since I have 1 more minute left, I will speed up without moving on to the remaining slides, where I have provided or suggested prescriptions to address the system. So certainly there is a problem. This dialogue is necessary. This realization is even more necessary. For reform, we must first arrive at a realization that there is a very serious problem that we need to address. What is the solution? Solutions are here, and I have only 1 minute left, so I cannot go through those slides. Basically, it centers around reduction of inflows, the starting point. What is meant by reduction of inflows? Reduction of inflows would mean reducing the number of cases that come into the system. How do you reduce the number of cases coming into the system? By having alternate forms of dispute resolution functioning in a viable way, which means the 7 that I referred to, the different forms of dispute resolution. It is indeed unfortunate that our training as law students has been focused only on litigation, as a result of which, when a litigant comes before you with whatever dispute, all what you do is to recommend the filing of a court case. I think that is where the problem starts. You must engage in a very forensic analysis of the dispute confronted by your client and choose from among negotiation, mediation, conciliation, contractual adjudication, arbitration, and judicial adjudication, the most appropriate tool to be used for the resolution of your client's dispute. So that is one, reduction of inflows. Number 2, enhancing the capacity of judicial institutions. We have one of the lowest judges versus population ratio. There is a global ranking of how many judges there are per a unit. A unit means 1 million population. We have one of the lowest. So that's another problem about capacity. Thirdly, there must be procedural reform aimed at reducing open court time. We have to evolve methods aimed at reducing the utilization of courtroom time. We can't have examination of witnesses running for days. There has to be meaningful curtailment of the time that is being taken to examine witnesses. There must be optimal utilization of pre-trial conferencing so that when the trial commences, the trial doesn't get stalled due to multiple issues like non-availability of witnesses, non-availability of original documentation, things like that. All of those issues must necessarily be resolved during pre-trial conferencing. And take my word, a very disturbing feature. The Judicature Act was amended in 1991 to provide for the functioning of recorders and masters in civil and criminal cases to sit outside courtrooms in separate offices to handle both pre-trial and post-trial matters. It is indeed unfortunate that to date that mechanism has not been enforced. The appointment and functioning of recorders and masters in criminal and civil matters respectively to function outside court, maybe in their respective chambers, to handle pre-trial and post-trial matters. So there are multiple ways forward to make our system efficient. Otherwise, I might sound bitter, but let me tell you the truth. If we do not reform our own system, the system of justice can easily become totally irrelevant to the rest of Sri Lanka than to the legal fraternity. So I urge you to collectively come forward and support the judicial leadership as well as judicial administrators and policymakers towards effective reform. Reform, yes, can be uncomfortable at the beginning. The Honorable Chief Justice has put in place a digitization and automation program. As it unfolds, you might find it somewhat challenging and difficult to get accustomed to that system. But that is a challenge that you must overcome. The legal fraternity should not be seen as the bottleneck preventing effective reform. So all what I can do is to urge you to look at the situation very seriously from the perspective of national interest and participate. This is not to blindly participate in reform, contribute towards reform, participate in implementation of the reform and undertake that challenge. And let us bring down those time periods, 10 years and 2 months for criminal trials to a significant low of at least 1/3, 15 years for commercial disputes both at the trial and the appellate stage. Let's bring it down to 3 years or even less. And there are tools for it. Let us start using them. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry for having overstepped the time that was given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship. And my apology for pressing you to stop the speech on time because we are already lagging behind the time and the next speakers are waiting to start. And thank you very much for your impressive talk and elaborating us how the legal challenges should be addressed. Now I would like to invite Mr. Harsha Amarasekara to be on stage. So business community has a long call to do the reforms in business law, contract law, and also our investors are waiting until to have the robust system of facilitating their investment activities. So Mr. Amarasekara, is over to you to explain and elaborate us what are the challenges that we have in going forward as a country in our legal system. Thank you.
distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and learned President's Council. I think over the last 1 hour, we have already heard 3 very erudite presentations, which dovetail into the topic that has been assigned to me, legal and institutional reforms for investment and trade facilitation. Since this session was meant to be over at 11 o'clock and it's already 11:10, I will cut short much of what I was going to say because a considerable amount of that has already been covered by the previous speakers, and go into the current framework which facilitates facilitates investment and trade facilitation. The principal enactment governing foreign investment in Sri Lanka for a considerable period of time has been the Board of Investment Act number 4 of 1978 and the Board of Investment. Recently, the Colombo Port City Economic Commission Act number 11 of 2021 was created, and whereas the BOI essentially deals with industrial and manufacturing output and exports, the Port City Economic Commission for the very first time created a special economic zone for the supply of services, financial and others, but are going to be crucial for the sustainable and economic development of Sri Lanka. In the context of the economic crisis and as part of the IMF's Extended Fund Facility, the Economic Transformation Act number 45 of 2024 that was already adverted to by Earl was introduced, though not yet implemented. These legal and policy frameworks, taken together with the previously liberalized Foreign Exchange Act number 12 of 2017, will hopefully enable the investment to flow in to Sri Lanka if, and this is a if in capital words, there is consistency in policy, both in terms of economic policy as well as certainty in the rule of law and the implementation and the interpretation of the law as we go forward. And the two must go hand in hand. Now, the case for reform. The reality tells us that even though we have had legal frameworks and laws, the mere enactment of laws is not enough. What we need is coherence, modernity, and credible institutions that can make these laws work. Therefore, reform must be twofold. Legislative reforms, modernizing outdated laws and creating clarity, as was referred to by Justice Kodagoda, and institutional reforms, ensuring that implementation is efficient, transparent, and investor-friendly. That part was already elaborated by Dr. Surya Peruma earlier on. Within the legislative reforms, you get the commercial law reforms. Now, our commercial law reforms must evolve to match today's reality. Contract law must recognize electronic contracts and digital signatures as fully and valid as enforceable across the world. Unfortunately, though laws have been promulgated, we all know the reluctance of the court and the judicial system in recognizing that. The difficulty of producing a simple email in a court of law, and the difficulty of producing what we take as granted on a day-to-day basis in a court of law in the course of a trial. Notwithstanding the fact that Sri Lanka was one of the early adopters of the United Nations Convention on the Use of Electronic Communications in International Contracts, there is still a great reluctance to have these easily proved and taken forward. This is not only in a court structure, but across the spectrum. The company law too should be equally changed and modernized. For the filing of corporate filings, including incorporations through a one-stop shop at the Register of Companies, though available, is still a process. It needs to be streamlined and it should be made efficient. Insolvency laws, that was again referred to previously by Deshal, must focus on early rescue and restructuring rather than liquidation. With clear moratorium powers, fair priority rules, and regulated restructuring practitioners with deep commercial acumen. Now, this aspect, as much as the aspect of mediation, as was referred to by Justice Godagoda, is not merely the passing of the laws, but the fact that there needs to be people who are well versed both in the law as well as business to be able to undertake the function of either being the insolvency practitioner stepping in the shoes through court or otherwise to restructure companies, or even in the case of mediation, to be able to mediate. We think merely because there is a mediation process or a mediation act, you go into mediation and the matter is solved. In order for there to be an efficient system behind mediation, for the private sector, whether it is local or foreign, to have confidence in the mediation, they must have confidence in the mediator. The ability of the mediator to understand the problem, the commercial fallout of the dispute, to understand the legal rights, the validity of the two contending parties, and then to be able to come to that finding. Investment law reforms. Next, we must ensure clarity and predictability in our investment regime. Now, this part has already been adverted to by Dr. Surya Peruma, as well as by Justice Godagoda. Embedding investor protection in provisions, fair and equitable treatment, safeguards against expropriation, and guarantees of prompt and effective compensation. Now, the guaranteeing of effective and fair compensation goes to the very heart of any kind of investment that comes in, either from foreign entities or even from local companies going into new businesses. Ensuring access to international or expedited arbitration for dispute resolution. Now, we have tried the arbitration route in Sri Lanka for some time. Arbitrations have become as contentious as litigation, and even after the arbitral process is over, the enforcement or the registration of an arbitration in the High Court and thereafter the appeals to the Supreme Court are as time-consuming as otherwise. For that reason, many of the companies are rethinking the concept of going into arbitration, unless they are fairly complex and contracts that require expertise in the resolution of that dispute. At the end of the day, predictable laws attract investors. Uncertain laws will drive them away. So in the context of law, I will also extend it to economic policies. consistency in economic policy, and the predictability of the law and the interpretation of the law, what it was yesterday must be what it is today, and then it must be what it is tomorrow, will be the safeguard or the vanguard for investment to flow into any country. Trade facilitation laws. As has already been adverted to, trade is the bloodstream of modern economy, yet ours is often clogged with paperwork and delay. We need to establish a legally recognized national single window integrating customs, ports, and other regulatory agencies. Implement risk-based inspection and post-clearance audits. Align standards and SPS measures, that is sanitary and phytosanitary measures, with WTO reforms to ease market access. And we need to support digital trade through clear laws on data flows, e-commerce, and customs for low-value goods. The dispute resolution mechanism is a sine qua non for any kind of trade facilitation. No investor will come where justice is slow or uncertain. We now have 3 commercial courts where the commercial disputes are adjudicated with far more speeds than normal litigation. And I think Justice Kothaguru adverted to 15 years. Much of that, I think, is after the final appeal is filed and the hearing of the final appeal, and not at the stage of the original court. I think Justice Samayavardhana was there in the commercial court. All that, the original part of the dispute resolution at the commercial court stage happens much faster. However, it is essential, as was already referred to promote mediation as an option to prevent the dispute from ever coming to courts. In addition, arbitration, once completed, must go through the registration process far faster than what it is happening at the moment. And we must ensure enforcement of foreign arbitral awards in keeping with our obligations under the New York Convention. And that again is a fact that needs to be stressed. The training of the judges who are now sitting in the enforcement division of the Commercial High Court, the objections that are taken, it is far better not to appear at an arbitration and then challenge the award than to take part in the arbitration and then resist the award that is being sought to be registered. Finally, trade remedy and the safeguard of laws. Finally, we must modernize our trade remedy laws and protect local industries within the WTO rules through transparent anti-dumping, countervailing, and safeguarding mechanisms. It is noteworthy that Sri Lanka has enacted the Anti-Dumping and Countervailing Duties Act of 2018. However, it is yet to be brought into effect. Such framework gives legitimacy to protection where necessary, without undermining liberalization or inviting retaliation. Even the best laws will fail without strong institutions to implement them. The investment facilitation, the Board of Investment must continue to be the catalyst for investment and must be supported with a workforce that enables investment. We cannot attract global investors if project approval takes years. In countries like Vietnam and the UAE, approval happens in weeks. The Port City Economic Commission, too, a single window system, should also be a model that should evaluate and approve investments within a few weeks. The modern custom systems rely on digital technology, automation, AI, big data, and blockchain must replace manual work. These tools can cut delays, reduce corruption, and ensure accurate revenue collection. Equally vital is the coordination among ministries. A national single window integrating the finance, trade, and agricultural ministries can ensure consistency and speed. Sri Lanka has already signed MOUs with 18 government agents to begin this process, and this process must now be accelerated. The capacity building is another aspect. Laws and institutions are only as effective as people who operate them. We must therefore invest in training regulators, trade officials, and even our judicial officers in international commercial law, WTO norms, and digital trade standards, equipping them to act with confidence, clarity, and even more importantly, consistency. The final pillar is learning from free trade agreements. To make these reforms meaningful, we must also rethink as to how we engage globally. The Boston Consulting Group's Trade Engagement Index offers a very useful perspective. It measures both the depth and the usage of free trade agreements. Depth reflects the quality and enforceability of the agreements, and the usage measures the share of trade that flows under these agreements. According to this index, countries fall into 4 categories. Free trade stalwarts like Singapore or Chile, who achieve both depth and coverage. Selective optimizers, such as the United States, with fewer but high-quality agreements. Targeted allies, like Vietnam, broad in reach but flexible in policy. And independent movers, nations that rely on WTO framework rather than FTAs. Sri Lanka's goal should be clear: to move towards becoming a free trade stalwart, much in the form of Chile. That means pursuing both quality and scope, deep, enforceable agreements that also cover a significant share of our trade flows. This means embedding standards on investment, intellectual property, and labor, all of which have been covered previously, while expanding partnerships across South Asia and the ASEAN. Then what is the way forward? Ladies and gentlemen, economic development cannot simply be legislated into existence. It must be enabled through laws that are modern and clear, institutions that are efficient and fair, and trade policies that are outward-looking and strategic. If we can achieve that, then our legal system will not just merely safeguard justice, it will also drive progress. And as we reflect on the path ahead, let us remember, the law is not static. It is a living framework. One must adapt, evolve, and inspire confidence. The people of Sri Lanka have time and again shown that they are resilient. So if we can promote reform and enforcement with the vision and courage to go forward even with regard to trade, investment, and development, Sri Lanka can indeed build a legal foundation that goes hand in hand with its economic potential. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harsh Amarasekara. Yes. So our last speaker, the President, Bar Association of Sri Lanka, Mr. Rajiv Amarasuriya, now on stage, he will speak on the role and the challenges and the role of the Bar Association in addressing the said challenges.
Distinguished members of the panel, eminent President's Council, members of the Supreme Court, foreign dignitaries and invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I think today's session is actually a topic for a conference. Where so much of interesting debate and deliberation took place, and this is something which we can actually discuss over a weekend. So I have been given a particular time slot. I will try to contain what I have to say within those 10 to 12 minutes. I have often said publicly that, and I will repeat that today, that Sri Lanka has used only about 20 to 30% of its actual potential. And we are in many ways an underperforming company if you relate that to that analogy. Unlike a country like Singapore, where growth has reached a point of refinement, Sri Lanka has so many avenues and options for progress: agriculture, logistics, tourism, technology, and so on. But for some reason, we keep holding ourselves back. And I believe that is not because of a lack of ability, knowledge, or skill, but because of a lack of consistency and direction. Before I turn to the legal system itself, let me pose a simple question to all of you. If you were a foreign investor today, would you bring your capital to Sri Lanka? And if I were honest, I would hesitate. And why is that? In my view, that is because we have too many policy uncertainties. And Justice Kodagoda touched on this. We shift direction every few years, and possibly every government, now 5 years at a time. Each new administration feels compelled to reverse what was previously done sometimes, find fault with the previous, and of course, applaud the present. Let us take Sri Lankan Airlines as a simple example. One day we talk of closing it down or selling it. One day we talk about expanding operations. One day we cancel routes, change management, and start again. And we sometimes come back to the beginning. So how can we build on confidence when we have policy like that? And let me say this, if you are looking at legal reform, and if you are still looking at the state-owned businesses running on a profit model, then we have to rethink and take out all of those regulations. You simply cannot expect an entity in the state to be driven by profit and profit-driven if you are still subject to the fundamental rights jurisdiction, AR and FR, right to information, or the circulars of the Treasury which come sometimes once a month. Because then you are expecting the state-owned entity to compete with the others with a huge handicap. And if we are serious about state-owned entities becoming profit-driven, then we need to also be serious about taking out this unnecessary regulation they are subject to. Let us compare this with India, and we have a lot of friends from India today. Under Prime Minister Narasimha Rao and Finance Minister Manmohan Singh, India undertook deep reforms, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And every successive government continued that path. That continuity, ladies and gentlemen, created trust. And that is something we need in this country. We need planning which goes beyond manifestos. We need a national blueprint, possibly an independent, a cross-party planning commission, which will plan not for 3, 4, 5 years, but maybe 25, 30 years, and there will be broad consensus that that will be the trajectory of the country. Governments can refine policy, but I don't think we should have substantial changes in direction. We need to have a public service which is strong, which is independent, which adds value. It cannot be a public service which merely is a rubber stamp to political decisions. And we must, in that endeavor, move to a meritocracy, where opportunities, appointments are based on ability and not affiliation. Now coming to the legal system, we are of course all proud of our legal heritage, our jurisprudence, and our traditions of advocacy. But let us be honest for a moment. If our system is not efficient, if justice is delayed, and we heard about the number of years, then it fails to serve its true purpose. And when we talk of enhancing the legal system to facilitate economic development, let us look at what an investor really looks for when they come down. Investors are not interested in how eloquently a lawyer argues a point of law. They are not interested in how comprehensive or jurisprudential a judgment is. What matters to them is how quickly, objectively, and predictably a dispute can be resolved. Because one must keep in mind, uncertainty costs money. Last night at the inauguration, I said that justice hurried is justice buried. And I reiterate that with responsibility. But having said that, justice cannot be endlessly delayed either. Our court process is simply too slow. So what must change? Court efficiency, and I'm thankful to His Lordship, the Chief Justice, for undertaking the challenge to digitalize our court system. Dr. Surya Perum also spoke about the digitalization initiatives of the country, and this is something which the state must fully support. We need to see the transformation sooner than later. We need structured case management. We must have proper time slots in cases, sessions and timelines. It must be like going to see a doctor. When you go to see the doctor, you don't go at 9 in the morning and expect to be seen at 3:30 in the afternoon. We must have fixed times and slots. But that also does not mean that counsel can be cut short. Recently, I heard in a court, a judge had insisted that a counsel limit submissions to 10 minutes. That is not correct, ladies and gentlemen. That is running horse and carriage over justice itself. What it means is that both judges and lawyers must prepare better, read the pleadings, identify the real issues, and focus court time only on the real dispute. Court must stop being a cinema hall where everyone watches two counsel argue for hours, while the rest of us wait in turn. Desha spoke about BIM Savia. That came about 20 years ago. If BIM Savia had been spread across the country, a lot of the disputes of land and partition we speak of would not take those 47 years. We need structural change. And if a burglar, and Justice Kodagota mentioned, our houses are in peril today, if that burglar actually came in, he will continue to do that for 11 years, because the system takes 11 years to put him behind bars. Secondly, ladies and gentlemen, we need certainty and consistency in our system. A good case on merits must have a good chance of winning, and a weak case must have an equally good chance of losing. That predictability is what gives confidence to litigants and to investors. At a recent discussion, someone quoted Dr. Colvinar de Silva as saying that the law is only 2% of the argument. I don't think he actually said that, but even if he said that, I don't agree with that proposition. Even if it was 40% of the argument, then why would an investor want to come here? There would not be certainty. Investors should not have to depend on who the judge is or how good the lawyer is to predict an outcome. Until that becomes irrelevant, we will not inspire the confidence we require to bring in those investors which we urgently require. Mr. Amarasekara spoke on alternate dispute resolution. In 1995, we had the Arbitration Act, and we know what the problems the Arbitration Act has brought. And now you have clauses, even in agreements, saying you can go to court for injunctive relief. The mediation bill was brought by the government. The Bar Association had some concerns, and we went before court. And I'm thankful to the Minister of Justice for taking on board our concerns. We need to see a regime of alternate dispute resolution, mediation, arbitration, and so on. The BSL also has resolved to set up a mediation center, which we want to be independent, but we need to ensure that mediation does not become what arbitration became. Of course, none of this can happen without an evolved and involved legal profession. And we must concede that there's much room for improvement among ourselves. Lawyers, all of us, must move from being problem identifiers to solution providers. My wife, who previously worked in a bank, used to tell me, and she was on the business side, lawyers often tell us why something cannot be done, when what we need to hear is how it can be done lawfully. And that mindset must change. I know we are short of time. I had a lot more to discuss. But in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, since we are beyond time, if Sri Lanka is to become an attractive destination for investment, everyone has a role to play. Judges must give confidence that disputes will be decided efficiently, fairly, and in the interest of the public. The Attorney General's Department also has a responsibility, not only to focus on prosecution or winning cases, but sometimes as amicus, to see the resolution of disputes. And the bar, our members, need to and must uphold the highest standards of integrity, preparedness, and professionalism. At the end of the day, law and economics are not separate worlds. A strong legal system creates trust, and trust drives investment. That is how we build resilience, not only in our economy, but in all our institutions. And if we can create a system that is predictable, that is efficient, and that is fair, then Sri Lanka's true potential, that 70 to 80% still untapped, will finally begin to shine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we are at the last minute of the press inaugural session of 2025 National Law Conference. I thank you very much for the speakers today. And if I go back to summarize the sessions, what speakers clearly highlighted, Mr. Deshal started the topic and he highlighted the need of, highlighted the reforms that have took place during the post-crisis time of Sri Lanka. And also he explained the root causes and reform process, what exactly took place in Sri Lankan, aiming the Sri Lankan economic development. And our second speaker, Dr. Harshana, started and highlighted why Sri Lanka need the digitalization government process, and also he highlighted and emphasized now the investors' confidence have been have grown, and also Justice Kodagod explains very well why we need to have a set of rules to govern the investment system and the dispute resolution mechanism and the criminal justice system. And the fourth speaker, Mr. Harsha Amarasekara, highlighted why we need to have, or why we need to introduce national single window system, and what are the the reforms that we should take place in addressing contract law developments and insolvency laws. And also our last speaker, the President Rajiv Amarasekar, highlighted what exactly we have to do and the challenging role of the legal community that we have. So with that thought, we can conclude the session. It was we are already running by the time. So thank you very much for all of you. So with these changes, we'll think of the future, and there are a lot to do in addressing challenges to develop the economy of country. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you very much our panelists for participating for this time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nadish De Silva, moderator for this session. Dear panelists, kindly remain on stage for a couple of minutes more. And before we proceed, might I announce to all of you that the snacks have been served to you, and there are ushers who will usher row by row to go and get your tea or coffee as you prefer, starting from the back row. So please cooperate so that we can now move into the next session smoothly. And to present tokens of appreciation to our very eminent and respected panelists, it is my pleasure to invite the chairman of the National Law Conference Committee 2025, Mr. Priyantha Alagiyawanna, accompanied by the co-convener, Mr. Charaka Kanankegamage, to kindly oblige in stepping on stage to make the presentations. Our first token of appreciation to be presented to His Lordship Justice Yasantha Kodagoda, President's Counsel. Dr. Harshana Surya Peruma. Mr. Harsha Amarasekara, President's Counsel. Mr. Deshal Dimel. Mr. Rajiv Amarasuriya. And Dr. Nadish De Silva. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, and our expert panelists for so kindly obliging. Thank you very much, and I will now hand over proceedings to Mr. Shalan Benedict to kindly take over and proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you.
Experience Lanka Surgical Hospitality at Lanka Hospitals.
වාහනයක් ගැනද හිතන්නේ? ඔබට කැමති තැනකින් ඔබ කැමති වාහනය ඉක්මනින් රිලීස් කරගන්න. SDB leasing. ඔබව වටින SDB බැංකුවෙන් ඔබට වටින වාහනයක් ගන්න අදම කතා කරන්න.
Exercise your right to a healthy life and an aesthetic physique with GS Sports, Sri Lanka's premier fitness brand. Choose from a range of state-of-the-art personal and commercial fitness equipment for amateurs and professional athletes. Stores now open in Madibela and Galle Road, Colombo 3. GS Sports, a fitness revolution.
Miss Shanti?
නෝන කාවත් හම්බ වෙන්නේ නැහැ.
මන් නිහාරිකාගේ යාළුවෙක් කියන්න.
ඒ දරුවට එන්න කියන්න. ඔය දරුවා කවුද?
මිස්ගේ පොත් කියවන්න මට පුරුදු කළේ අපේ අම්මා. නිහාරිකාගේ වගේ මටත් හිටියේ අම්මා විතරයි. මේකේ දෙවෙනි කොටස එනකම් මං අවුරුදු ගාණක් බලන් හිටියා.
අසනීප ඇද්දිත් භාගයක් ලියලා.
ඒ පොත එනකම් මම වගේ තව දහස් ගාණක් බලාගෙන ඇති.
කතාව හිතේ තියෙනවා. ලියන්න අත කීකරු නෑ.
පොතක් ලියන්න හිතක් තිබ්බම ඇති. මම මිස්ට අතක් වෙන්නම්.
සුහද හදක් කියන්නේ අභියෝග ඉක්මවා යන්නට ලැබෙන ශක්තියක්. සෙලාන් බැංකුව සොහද හදක් ඇති දේශීය බැංකුව.
Are you still spending hours on looking for case laws, legislations, drafting tasks? Isn't it time-consuming and frustrating? Introducing AI PAS, an AI-powered legal research platform. Overrule detection, related cases section by section. Consolidated acts with latest amendments. Advanced search engine, exclusive summaries, insights, AI-powered drafting tools, all case law in single place with latest ones. Access to original PDFs and more. 40,000 plus case law. All legislations. Trusted by thousands of legal professionals and law students. The future is here. AI PAS. Faster, smarter legal research.
சில கனெக்ஷன்ஸ் எங்களோட எப்பவும் பக்கத்திலேயே இருக்கும்.
எங்கட வாழ்க்கையும் அந்த கனெக்ஷன்ஸை வச்சு தான் ஓடுது.
நான் ஒரு தனிநபராகவும்
நாங்க ஒரு நாடாகவும்
அந்த இணைப்புகளோட முக்கியத்துவத்தை நாங்க அனுபவிச்சிருக்கிறோம். வாழ்க்கையின் முக்கியமான நேரங்கள்ல,
நாட்டின் முக்கியமான சந்தர்ப்பங்கள்ல
எங்களை
நாட்டை உலகத்தோடு இணைக்கிற பரந்த மற்றும் வேகமான எங்களுக்காகவே அர்ப்பணிப்புடன் இருக்கும் இலங்கையின் எமது முதல் தர வலையமைப்பு டயலாக்.
හයි ඩයලොග් AI මේ නෝට්ස් වලින් හෙට ක්විස් එකට ප්‍රැක්ටිස් කරන්න ඕනේ.
ආලෝක දර්පණයකින් ආපසු හැරෙන ක්‍රියාව නම්
ප්‍රතිබිම්බනය. yes.
කාචයකින් ආලෝකයේ විඡේදනය වන න්‍යාය නම්
මැක්ස්වෙල් තීරය. ස්නෙල් තීරය.
ඩයලොග් AI නෝඩම දෙයක් සිංහලෙන් නොමිලේ කරගන්න.
For over 86 years, Unilever has reached every corner of Sri Lanka, from bustling cities to quiet villages, uplifting millions of lives. With over 98% of our products made locally and one of the largest ecosystem of partners in the country, we remain committed to improving livelihoods and strengthening communities through our operations and purpose-driven brands. Our sustainability efforts focus on climate, nature, plastics, and livelihoods. At Unilever Sri Lanka, our purpose is to brighten everyday life for all.
Every Mercedes-Benz has a story, but only one begins where it should. Factory built in Mercedes-Benz AG. Zero mileage. Engineered to perfection. Tailored for Sri Lanka's tropical climate and roads. Professionally handled by Demo, Sri Lanka's only authorized agent, with all duties paid and no legal risk. Backed by the Mercedes-Benz AG Global Manufacturer Warranty and preserved by Demo's technical experts who know your star the best. This isn't just another car purchase. It's a transformational journey with Demo throughout your ownership experience. Demo, the home for Mercedes-Benz.
Discover the world's top 100 ranked university pathway programs now in Sri Lanka. Enroll with SLIT Global Pathways in the fields of computing, business and engineering. Secure scholarship opportunities with guaranteed transfer options to prestigious universities in UK and Australia, University of Queensland, University of Western Australia and the University of Edinburgh, UK. Grab your opportunity. Apply now at 077 622 8989. SLIT, the future awaits you.
A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A kind reminder for everybody to grab your coffee or tea, whatever you prefer, and make your way back to your seat, ladies and gentlemen, because we're already slightly short on time and there is an urgent need to expedite the proceedings of today. So, ladies and gentlemen, a very kind request to grab your coffee or tea and make it to your seat as soon as possible, as the second session will begin within the next few minutes. Thank you very much. Announce right? Try and announce it. Delegates, if you will kindly quickly take your seats because we are seriously challenged with regard to time, and the success of this conference rests on your participation. Therefore, we respectfully invite all of you to kindly come back and take your seats so that we can begin the next session. The erudite panel is ready, and we need you to be in your seats to begin. Delegates, if you will kindly take your seats so that we can begin the next session. Thank you. Respected delegates, if you will kindly quickly take your seats.
Colombo with a Doctor of Laws. His career is defined by a steadfast pursuit of justice, appearing for clients across the entire spectrum, from the most illustrious to the humblest. He is lauded as a Renaissance personality for his transformative role in shaping and creating the substance of the law in critical areas, including fundamental rights litigation, medical negligence, and injunctive relief. Dr. De Silva's commitment to public duty is extensive, having served as the former president of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka and is the chairman of the Law Commission for 7 years. His expertise, particularly in commercial law, extends far beyond our shores, where he is a renowned counsel and arbitrator in complex international jurisdictions. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most endearing characteristics of Dr. De Silva is his dedication to the members of the bar. He has always been the first to stand up in representing any member of the bar who needed legal assistance. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Ramesh De Silva, President's Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, I also take great pleasure in introducing Mr. Palitha Kumarasinghe, President's Counsel, a highly distinguished senior President's Counsel renowned for his extensive expertise in civil and commercial law. Throughout his eminent career, Mr. Kumarasinghe has successfully handled complex civil and commercial matters, earning respect for his exceptional skill and professionalism. His leadership roles, including serving as Vice President of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka and President of the Colombo Law Society. Critically for our discussion today, Mr. Kumarasinghe has also made significant contributions to the corporate sector. He has served as an independent non-executive director for leading organizations, including Commercial Bank of Ceylon, Navaloka Hospitals, and Laughs Gas, bringing a unique blend of legal acumen and strategic oversight to corporate governance. His vast experience across the bar and the boardroom makes him an invaluable speaker on commercial law. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Palitha Kumarasinghe, President's Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce Mr. Chandaka Jayasundara, President's Counsel, our next panelist. With a master's degree in international trade law, Mr. Jayasundara is a leading specialist in commercial law, particularly recognized for his expertise in maritime law, multimodal transport law, international trade law, company law, intellectual property law, and arbitration. A significant portion of his practice is in the Commercial High Court and Admiralty Courts of Sri Lanka, and he is highly sought after for both local and international arbitrations, serving as both counsel and arbitrator. Adding to his immense professional practice, Mr. Jayasundara is a distinguished legal educator lecturing on complex subjects like admiralty law and international trade law, and currently chairs the expert panel on maritime law reforms appointed by the Ministry of Justice. His comprehensive expertise across the most specialized area of commercial law makes him an invaluable asset to our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Chandaka Jayasundara, President's Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panelist, I take pleasure to introduce Mr. R. Sathanakrishnan, a stalwart in the legal profession whose contributions span various critical fields. With a strong academic foundation in economics holding both bachelor's and postgraduate degrees, Mr. Sathanakrishnan brings a unique perspective to legal issues. His extensive legal career includes practice before the High Court of Andhra Pradesh and the Supreme Court of India. His broad expertise covers key areas such as employment, administrative, election and constitutional law, and significantly arbitration, which is highly relevant for today's commercial discussion. We are fortunate to have Mr. Sathanakrishnan to share his vast wealth of experience with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming, all the way from India, Senior Advocate R. Sathanakrishnan, our next panelist on today's panel discussion on commercial law. Ladies and gentlemen, finally, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this discussion, Mr. Harith Demel, attorney at law. Called to the bar in 2013, Mr. Harith Demel has strong academic credentials, holding LLB from the University of London and a master's in international commercial law from the University of Sussex, for which he was the recipient of the prestigious Shivling Scholarship. He is deeply involved in sharing the future of legal profession and commercial law, currently serving on the Executive Committee of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka, as Deputy Chairman of the BASL Commercial Law Committee, and as an appointed member of the Ministry of Justice Committee for Commercial Law Reform. Mr. Demel's practice primarily focuses on litigation, and he is also an experienced arbitrator and an accredited mediator. His dual expertise as a practitioner and a contributor to legal reform makes him the ideal person to guide our discussion today. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming your moderator for this discussion, attorney at law, Harith Demel. Harith, the stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Alan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Lordship Chief Justice, and all the eminent panelists and delegates who have joined us here. We are slightly short of time, and I've been informed that this session will go on till about 1:30. The structure that we will follow in this session is slightly different, where I will be inviting each of our eminent panelists to make a short presentation of about 10 minutes, where we will discuss certain areas about the topic in discussion today is optimizing the efficiency of the commercial litigation process. In the previous session, there was a lot of discussion about policy, governmental decisions, and the effect on the national resilience or the economy. Now, in this session, we are looking at a little more practical aspect of how dispute resolution in Sri Lanka, particularly the Commercial High Court, as well as alternative dispute resolution, can be looked into and how it can be optimized. In the structure of this session, my eminent panelist, Dr. Romesh De Silva, first will discuss the introduction of the Commercial High Court by Act number 10 of 1996 and speak about the intention, whether that intention has been covered in the period of 30 years, and what is the future. Secondly, we will move on to Mr. Palitha Kumarasinghe, President's Counsel, who will illustrate an area within the Commercial High Court practice, particularly being money recovery, which is a large volume of the work in the Commercial High Court. And he will touch on whether we are finding the most effective and efficient way to resolve these disputes, as well as how banks and finance companies internally can ensure these aspects can be better done and whether they should be reaching the court or not. And also the interesting area of whether we are still having judgments which are called paper decrees and whether you can recover the fruits of your judgment at the end of the commercial litigation process. Mr. Chandaka Jayasundara then will be speaking on the area of arbitration, particularly with reference to the Commercial High Court process, and thereafter moving on to discussion about the mediation law and arbitration. And Justice Mahinda Samyawardena, His Lordship, will be discussing about the initiatives of the Judicial Service Commission, which has taken a great interest in putting together more reform-oriented processes for the efficiency of the Commercial High Court process. So I will start now with Dr. Romesh De Silva, and in my moderation, if by any chance, eminent panelists, that we are short of time or we are out of the allocation, I will make a polite reminder at the course of the presentation. Dr. De Silva, if I can start with you, sir. It's been 29 years since Act number 10 of 1996 brought the Commercial High Court. And you have been there 20 years before that time as well as 30 years since. And sir, if I can ask you, what do you think about the time at which this act was brought in 1996, what the intentions were, and what is the future of this act, sir?
Yes. Harit, before I answer that question, with your permission, can I give you a little bit of the background of how this came into effect?
Of course.
Maybe I'll do it at the podium, we'll come and answer.
You can do it here, sir. Whatever is convenient to you, sir.
So, distinguished panelists, my Lord the Chief Justice, distinguished jurors from our friendly neighbor India, Priyantha Alagiyawanna, Chairman, National Law Conference, ladies and gentlemen, we are running short of time. I don't want to take too much of time. But to answer Harit's question, I think the commercial court came into existence because the large-scale investors, such as my good friend Harsha's clients, always insisted on having an arbitration clause, which meant that the arbitration would be out of Sri Lanka and governed by various other arbitral rules like unsealed trial, ICC, and even the Singapore arbitration rule, because these large-scale investors and not so large-scale investors whom we advise felt, justifiably or not, that our court system and even the arbitration system was unnecessarily time-consuming and, to be honest, not entirely impartial. However, with the present leadership of His Lordship the Chief Justice, Justice Mahendra Samewardena, and Justice Thuraraja, this has been remedied and it will continue to be remedied, and we hope that in the near future we can bring back that type of confidence into our judicial system. So, what I propose to do, Harit, with your permission, is to set out a little bit of the background on how this happened. So, the High Court was actually established to be a specialized commercial court within our court system. It should be, the objective appears clearly to have been to provide a specialized court wherein commercial disputes could be resolved in an efficient manner, applying principles of contemporary commercial law. The key was to get to the root of the dispute without unduly engaging in technicalities. I'm skipping a lot. It is relevant to note that as far back as 2018, the late Justice Prasanna Jayawardena, who actually practiced with us in the Commercial High Court, noted that the efficacy of commercial litigation promotes investment and trade. He went on to note that investors to this country would be attracted through an effective and reliable system of commercial litigation. It is to better understand the proper role of such a court, however, it is important to take note of the historical development of specialized commercial courts, consider comparative experiences, and identify the basic issues of what commerce really means. The commercial court actually originated from the law merchant, Lex Mercatoria, as an autonomous system of rules governing trade, functioning outside the rigid structures of medieval national laws. However, Lord Mansfield in the 18th century recognized the pressing need to align the common law with the realities of an increasingly global commercial world. And Lord Mansfield then brought into English jurisdiction, ensuring that commercial disputes would be decided in accordance with international trade norms rather than insular common law doctrines. The genius of Mansfield's integrational approach was that it did not create an artificial divide between common law and commercial law. Rather, it allowed commercial law to infuse and modernize the broader legal system. English commercial law thus developed not as an imposed statutory regime, but as an organic extension of mercantile practice. The reason, therefore, Harit, of the Commercial Law Court at its core was to govern business transactions, ensuring predictability, efficiency, and fairness of economic activity. So we need the specialized commercial courts that can adjudicate such matters efficiently and with deep subject matter expertise. Predictability or certainty in commercial matters cannot be overemphasized. So this has been referred to earlier. Now our panelists, with the exception of our Indian colleague, are not really experts in expert jurists. So we want to try to focus on the practical mechanisms of reforming the commercial law court. And Justice Samewardena has given the leadership to this, and we look forward to your participation, if possible, in making suggestions so that the commercial law court functions properly. In my view, the first is the appointment of judges knowledgeable and experienced in commercial matters with the mindset of realizing commerce and dealing with cases in that way. And appointing judges who are not keen to have lunch at 12 o'clock with their wives or other persons. 2, for judges and lawyers to get to the crux of the case by using pre-trial conference effectively and efficiently, thus ensuring that the case would be disposed of expeditiously. I think Justice Samewardena is already taking a lead in this. Then, to improve the infrastructure by inter alia, having an efficient recording system for proceedings, which will ensure that the proceedings be more accurate and available without delay. To provide evidence recording remotely such as by Zoom. Access to international legal resources. Judges of the commercial court ought to have access to global legal research materials. Membership in international legal libraries should secure to facilitate access for judges to foreign case law, commentaries, and scholarly texts, so that judges could align with global commercial legal standards. Competent research assistants be assigned, competent and efficient registrars to be appointed, and to adopt the pet scheme of His Lordship the Chief Justice of digitalization, so that e-filing of pleadings, access to journal entries, even steps such as dates for answer, replication to be done digitally, evidence in chief to be filed digitally, and so on. And competent translators to be provided. These suggestions could be done without any amendment to the law. Now, Justice Samewardena very kindly gave me the latest research, and he said that in the Commercial High Court, you get company law, number of cases 253, intellectual property cases 136, which is the core of commercial law. You have then money recovery cases 1185 and registration of arbitration cases 2844. I think Mr. Chandaka Jayasundara will deal with the arbitrations and how to hasten up the arbitrations. In the money recovery cases, lots of those are really glorified district court cases where banks seek to recover money. Now, those are not really, though it comes under banking, it's really not something for the commercial high court. So in that, perhaps we can recommend legislation and amendments to the legislation. Then we also need to bring in amendments to the legislation, which our legal and investment expert Harsha suggested, as to methods of proving emails, methods of proving WhatsApp, methods of proving meetings, the stock market, how you produce the listings, the daily rate of stock markets, those should be able to be produced in court without delay and with acceptance. So some kind of amendment to we can perhaps use to this law, recognize electronic transactions, all that. But if the legislature can be brought to deal with this, I think we are sufficient. So I have not overstepped my time. We are talking of laws delays. I have not contributed to the delay of these sessions. And I do what I say what I do, and we in this session don't intend to contribute to any delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Dr. De Silva mentioned an interesting point that what we're looking at in this session is about what we can do within the existing framework of the law. That is practical suggestions without looking for law reform. Now, one interesting point was Dr. De Silva mentioned that there are certain things that we can have in the commercial high court, such as proceedings to be recorded in better ways, which currently takes about 3-4 months, depending on the case. And those were not technologies available in 1996, but those are technologies available now. So what litigants expected is predictability in terms of cost, time, and results. Has the Commercial High Court given that answer, or can we do that? Mr. Kumarasinghe, when I need to come to you now, about the large volume of litigation, which is the MR litigation or money recovery litigation within the Commercial High Court. One concept, sir, that has been spoken about most recently is about judicial case management under Section 142 of the amended Civil Procedure Code, as well as the phrase improving the quality of the trial. As Dr. De Silva said, do we need to be proving the rate of interest in a certain way, or whether a letter of demand was sent by post or not? So if you could tell us a little bit about this volume of commercial work, how important it is for the economy of the country, and what ways do you see we can improve the process in the Commercial High Court, as well as looking at ensuring that the true matters that need to come for recovery to court do in fact come, rather than maybe simple money recovery, if that is your view, sir. Over to you, sir.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, Justice Mahinda Samewardana, distinguished members of the speaker panel, and ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Harit gave me a very, very broad subject, and I can speak for hours on that subject and money recovery and all those matters. However, he restricted my time only for 10 minutes. So I have to follow the footstep of my guru Dr. Ramesh Disillo, and keep the time period within the same time period. Basically, Harit asked me about the volume of work in the Commercial High Court. Of course, the Commercial High Court matters. It may come because of economic debacle and the economic problems we suffered during the last, especially in 2022. And as a result, there's a cash flow of our customers affected, and they are unable to service the loans. Therefore, there is a series of cases, especially by lenders, against the customers as a defaulters. And same time, in the 2024, we see the boom of economy, and the credit, that's a lending, has gone up drastically. And the last quarter, 275 billion has been dispensed by the state private banks to the customers. And the quarter before that, 215 billion. And most of this money went for a motor trade industry and to import the motor cars, and also the customers to buy the motor cars on credit, either by way of a lease or by a loan, by mortgage. So there will be another wave of court cases if these people don't pay the money in time. So we have to expect more and more cases in future. Of course, except for a record room, our Commercial High Court is equipped to meet this demand. However, the important thing is to keep in mind when we file the case, money recovery action, we have to take the proper steps to prosecute the case. Mere filing a case will not bring any results. Most of the banks file the cases. They don't have a proper database. They put the defendant's name and address and they file the action. Thereafter, fiscal goes to the place and reports saying no such address and no such person. And we can understand how the bank doesn't know the address of the customer. Our principle always follow KYC, know your customer. If you know your customer, how do you miss the correct address of your customer? That shows the system, though KYC is always we adopt the KYCs, but still we don't know the customer. So unless you give the correct address and the correct district court division or correct Gram Sevaka division, we are unable to serve the summons on the customer. And that is why large number of money cases in the Commercial High Court, most of the cases are in the roll for a service of summons. And therefore, the banks must take proper action to give the correct address of the customer, correct district court area, and the correct division Gram Sevaka area to serve the summons on the customer. Then, without service summons, you cannot proceed with the cases. And same time, we must say the arbitration matters also. The large number of arbitration cases are on the roll, just mere for the purpose of serving notice on the customers. They have given the notice for arbitration. Customer has not come for arbitration. Proceedings were done in the ex parte. Award was made. But now they enforce the award. The award must be served on the other side through the fiscal process. When in the fiscal process only we realize the customer is not in the given address. Then the other thing Mr. Haridibel mentioned was a case management. The case management, basically, we have to manage the cases in collaboration with the court. We have to support the court to achieve the purpose of filing the case. And this law has been amended from time to time. Pre-trial was brought in. Name has been changed to pre-trial conference. And still, most of the cases, I say 50% cases, pre-trial steps are not taken in terms of the section 79A, O, B, O, C. In that, the proposed admissions and issues are not tendered before the 1 month. Then the list of documents and list of witnesses, and together with the documents not tendered to court within 1 month. And even the electronic evidence, notice have not been filed. Of course, bank, all statement of accounts and most of the correspondence are in electronic form. But section 79A, 79B, 79C have not been complied within the time period. And that's the fault of our lawyers. Then, even we start the pre-trial, the pre-trial is a mere sake of pre-trial. We don't follow the section 142B and the under 142B, the court has a power to look into the matter and to resolve the dispute, scope of the dispute, then record the settlements, settlement on the main case or settlement on a particular issue, and all those matters are vested with the court. Court must actively participate in the pre-trial conference to achieve the purpose of the pre-trial procedure. Otherwise, the passive participation, you frame your issues, I'll record the issues, will not bring any results. Therefore, we have to, Judicial Service Commission must take action to encourage judges to participate actively and get the litigants, both the plaintiffs and the defendants, to actively participate and to resolve the matters and identify the real matter in dispute, and then refer that real matter in dispute to arbitration. Say, for instance, commercial matters, we say bank case, very simple. Bank has lent the money on the offer letter, accepted for offer letter or agreement. And the customer must sign that letter. Then thereafter, bank lend the money and put the money into the current account. And the current account statement is available. And then the loan account is debited. The loan account statement is available. Both current account and loan account are admissible evidence under section 90C of the evidence ordinance. Then the letter of demand sent under registered cover. That registered postal article receipt is available. So what are the matters in dispute then? If the customer has signed the mortgage, signed the offer letter and agreement, so judge must ask actively and positively the litigant, have you signed this document? Under the pre-trial procedure, the documents must be brought to the court and it must be filed in the case record, and the parties must present before the court to ascertain the truth of the genuineness of the document. So if that is so, the court has to ask, what is the document? Do you admit the document? And there is your signature. If it is not signature, can we refer this matter to EQD? And then the issue, there is hardly any issue in the case because section 90C evidence ordinance, prima facie account is admissible. Then letter of demand is admitted. Then hardly any case for the defendant. Of course, 90% money recovery cases, the defaulted defendant do not give evidence in the open court. So we have to actively participate. We have to get the judges to participate. And so that we must have a program, and Judicial Service Commission must have a workshop and train the judges. Also must issue a practical guideline to the judges. And unfortunately, when the pre-trial conference law was introduced, sometimes the latest pre-trial amendment came in 2023 November, certified by Speaker on the 17th November. But in fact, the government printed the act and put it in the web on the 30th November. So there is a 14 days gap between the certification of the act and the practical visibility of the act for the lawyers. So during the period of 14 days, we didn't know that really. So we have to get the our colleagues, also lawyers, to understand the pre-trial and to assist the court to do the pre-trial. Then also my learned friend Harit Dimel asked, what are the other alternatives for the money recovery actions? And of course, from the complaint by litigants are that the bank has overcharged the interest, or bank has not given sufficient facilities, or not given enough time to repay the money. So all those matters can be resolved if the matter is referred to Financial Ombudsman. Financial Ombudsman is a person appointed by the bank and the non-banking institutes and the central bank, and also involvement of Treasury. He's an independent person. Some time back, I remember Dr. Ranaraja was a financial ombudsman. He has done a very good work there. So those matters can be referred to financial ombudsman. His duty is to resolve the disputes between the financial banks and the financial institute on one part and the customer on other part. And also it has an independent oversight over the affairs of the banks and the financial institutes. So if the banks and the financial institutes do not do their work properly and harass the customers, then that can be looked into by ombudsman. Apart from that, recently central bank issued a guideline to establish a business revival unit. Business revival unit. So when the customer is in difficulty, unable to pay the loan, in our language we say default, is defaulted, then the business revival unit of the bank must look into those matters and help the borrower to overcome the difficulties and difficulties faced due to financial or other economic conditions, and then allow the method to them to do the business and generate the enough money and to pay the bank. And every month, every bank must report to the central bank the achievement of the business revival unit. So we have to approach, any defaulter can approach the bank for a business revival unit. Then if the bank refuses to entertain the application, the bank is obliged to report to central bank with copy to the customer. Then the customer can take up the matter with the central bank and say there is unreasonable conduct in the part of the bank. Of course, I think Chandak is only proposed Insolvency Act and drafted in collaboration with the World Bank, and similar provisions are there. If there's a defaulter, he can ask the court to stay the proceedings against him and give the time period for a revival, and the time period can be extended from time to time, and for the bank to approach customers to approach the bank and other financial institutes to get the relief period. I think procedure-wise, I think we have enough laws to look after the banks and non-financial institutes' interest, and I don't want to discuss on those matters. But unfortunately, our institutes, both banks and financial institutes, do not use these enactments efficiently. Say for the Debt Recovery Act, if there are 10,000 money recovery actions, only 10 debt recovery actions. And the debt recovery action procedure is very quick and you can get the quick results. I'll give you another example, Financial Leasing Act. There's a special procedure. If you employ that procedure, you can recover the money within 6 months and you can recover the lease assets within 6 months. However, banks and or leasing companies, they don't use that. And in fact, there is a provision in the lease agreement in some of these companies not to use that provision. Instead of that, they mobilize the thugs, go and repossess the vehicles. So, one hand, Parliament has passed the laws to help the lending institutes to get the money. They ignore that. Not by conduct, by specific agreements, ignore that and go for a thuggery to recover the money. So those are the matters I think our banks and financial institutes must look into and recover the loans without flooding the commercial high court or even the district court with the number of cases, even without giving the correct address of the defendants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Kumar Singh mentioned something interesting, Mr. Jayasundar, about how courts can be flooded with so many cases which may not need to come. In some countries, they have also adopted financial mediation schemes. I think Singapore is one of them. And also interesting is I was looking at the role of the Commercial High Court's arbitration court on Monday. There are 70 cases to be called. They range from 2018 to 2025. Now in the Commercial High Court, we are supposed to ensure that the awards are enforced and the process of arbitration is not certified. Your comments on the process of the Commercial High Court and how we can make more efficient the process of alternative dispute resolution.
Thank you, Harit. Lordship the Chief Justice, distinguished members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Harit, financial mediation is not available only in Singapore. Financial mediation is available in Sri Lanka under the community mediation, under the mediation board's ordinance. They are in the process of setting up financial mediation or mediation of financial disputes up to a particular value, I think up to 2 million. Now, although people say that community mediation in Sri Lanka is not working, the output or the results of community mediation in Sri Lanka is far better than the judicial service. Out of about 200 to 250,000 mediations that the community mediation, that is the Samatha Mandala, here there is 60% success rate where the mediations are settled. Now, can we boast of that in our judicial system? I say we can't. Now, with regard to your specific question about the Commercial High Court and specifically about the Arbitration Court, we have all observed that the first 2 hours of any working day in Commercial 4 is spent on calling matters. There are 2,800 odd arbitration cases. One court is hearing that. And out of that, 95% is with regard to leasing, 95% or more is with regard to leasing and hire purchase. In any given day in Commercial High Court 4, 99% of the cases that are being called, which the judge has to deal with relate to steps. That is, service of summons, service of decree, notices. The actual, if you observe commercial 4, the actual work of enforcement or setting aside that the commercial high court does, the arbitration court does, it's almost minimal. Why is that? The court's time, the lawyer's time, and the registry's time is being used for procedural steps rather than all of the stakeholders focusing on the substantive issues that should be taken up before court. Now, it was something that the framers of the Arbitration Act in 1995 ever expected, that the arbitration space in Sri Lanka would be flooded and overtaken by these leasing and hire purchase arbitrations. 95% of the work at arbitration centers are hire purchase and leasing. 98% is in the court is about hire purchase. Now, there is an arbitration act, so you don't have a choice. But the choice we have, and what we would suggest, is take that 95% of the 2 hours that the judge is taking in open court out of the open court. If the summons are not served, don't come to court and get another date. Do that in the registry. If the decree is not being served, if the address is not found, if the defendant has come and then he disappears, or the respondent, don't do it in court. Do it in the registry or in the chambers. By that, more than half of the work on a daily basis can be brought down. Because that's all we do in the arbitration court. Regular practitioners, we have never seen substantive arguments happening in the commercial high court, in commercial high court 4. Why? By the time the calling list is over, the lawyers are exhausted, the air condition doesn't work. Now I think Mr. Kumar Singh has paid for the air conditioners and they are back in operation. The judge is exhausted. The court staff is exhausted. Who then has time at 12:30 in the afternoon to talk about enforcement, public policy, and things like that? That is the problem in the commercial high court. I know. Can I use the elephant to keep this? Sorry, I just keep it here. No, sorry. So, that being said, there are practical ways to solve this. The law, there are certain deficiencies in the law, very few deficiencies. One is interim measures of protection, which is not provided by court, where a party can go to court to obtain interim measures of protection. That is to a certain extent covered by the Baxon's case of Justice Edisuriya and LG Trade by Justice Masouf. We use that now to get over this problem of maintaining the status quo. We have expanded the status quo, but we are doing all that, and that is, we are hoping that is one huge lacuna that there is. Now, the other issue that in the arbitration court, if I am only focusing on the arbitration court, is that of these leasing and hire purchases arbitrations, mostly, there is no application for setting aside within the 60 days. Now, if there is no application for setting aside the award within 60 days, Section 31(6) provides that you give notice to the respondent, and that notice only says you are given notice, since you have not made an application to set aside the award, you are given notice that this award will be enforced on such and such a day. That is all there is. So, if majority of the leasing cases, there are no applications to set aside. This flooding comes from mostly applications for enforcement. So, if there is no notice, there is no application to set aside an award, the case should come up in court only for one day. Now, there was an attempt about a year ago when Mr. Kahandagama was the commercial 4 judge, where we sat, the regular practitioners sat, and we prepared a notice specifically dealing with this issue, and that the only objection that you can take up in a 31(6) application where there is no setting aside application is whether the petitioner has acted in terms of 31(2), 3, 4, that is certified copies, and signed by the center, and those are very technical objections. And that notice, Justice Obesekara finalized it. He is the one who said, no, those objections must be permitted, so that the notice will go saying that if you have not made an application to set aside, then please come on this day, this award will be enforced. One day. Now that is, you don't need to change the law, you don't need to change anything, you don't need to change the infrastructure, maybe have an air conditioner. That's about it. So if there are, let's say out of this 2,800, there are 1,500 cases for enforcement. That notice goes out, and out of those 1,500 cases, 1,000 cases are where there is no application to set aside. That means you need one day to decide 1,000 cases. It's practical approach to the exercise or the provision of a justice system that is required. Civil Procedure Code has been, I think, modernized to the ultimate extent you can go now. Right? Evidence, luckily we have the Special Provisions Act of 95. That gives us, I think, even without these amendments, because if I can just, if I can just as an example, give you the 1995 Act, what compute evidence is. And we have been using this for 40 years now. So section 5 says, in any proceeding where direct oral evidence of a fact would be admissible, any information contained in any statement produced by a computer and tending to establish that fact shall be admissible as evidence of that fact. Then there are procedural matters. Now, what is compute evidence? Compute evidence is defined as any device, the functions of which includes the storing and processing of information. So this is a computer. The huge PCs are computers. The laptops are computers. And what I would like to suggest is, without trying to change the law, without trying to reinvent the wheel, without waiting for the Law Commission and the legislature to change all these laws, practically implement the law that we have. That's all that is needed. And this section we have run for 40 years now. And the beauty of it is, we are using this section 5 for smartphones. The first smartphone was marketed 1 year before this law, in 1994. There was no, internet was nascent. In Sri Lanka, I think it came only in 1992 or something. But this law has been giving us sufficient meat, if I can use that word, to overcome so many problems. And this is this section that Justice Chitrasiri used when he was in the Commercial High Court to say that a phone comes within the definition of a computer under the Special Provisions Act, and an SMS that is saved in the phone is permissible evidence. He didn't wait until the legislature came up with the 2025 amendment. He defined and used practically the law that as it is. We don't have to change anything. We just have to use the law in a practical way, and that is what we have been discussing right through the time we were told to participate in this panel. Now, one other example of a practical approach to something for which there may have been laws or procedures which was against was online trials, right? Internet, using the internet. I was fortunate enough with Mr. Ali Sabri and Mr. Justice Chittasiri was the Commercial High Court to do the first video trial, right? And the first thing we did was record the fact that neither side would object in the High Court nor take as a ground of appeal the fact that we were using video conference facilities for this trial. Even if the law says you can't, there was a gray area whether it could be or could not be done. But we agreed that we will not object in the High Court and that we will not use it as a ground of appeal in the Supreme Court, which was unfortunate because I lost the case. But that is the understanding, that is the practical way that we must provide a service to our clients. If you don't do that, we wait until the Law Commission or the legislature comes up with the next amendment, we will not be able to provide the service, because legal service, and especially in the commercial sector, commercial clients consider the justice system as a provider of service. We are providing them a service. If we don't provide that service to them, they are going to go somewhere else. Right? That is why alternate dispute resolutions are there. Right? Leaving aside the leasing and hire purchase arbitrations, the arbitration service, insofar as high-end complicated arbitrations are being done, there are so many arbitrations in this country which is concluded within 6 to 12 months, start to finish. Right? That is where the parties sit and say, okay, we'll sit on Saturdays. I have sat on Poya days, Saturdays, Sundays, so that the arbitration is completed. That is what we require in providing the service for commercial litigation. Now, these are all practical fixing of practical problems. Dr. Punchi here must be wondering, what about the substantive law? Substantive law will be decided. I mean, we are not arguing substantive law for 5 years in a case. We are arguing procedural law, whether it is proved, whether it is not proved, whether the letter of demand has been sent. How many times have we cross-examined or have we heard people cross-examine? For one day, a postal clerk who comes and says, this document has been destroyed 5 years ago. Nobody says, okay, then you go. No. That is why what Mr. Kumarasinghe said was, you use the commercial law, the pre-trial procedure for what it was, the pre-trial conference for what it was intended. Now, from there, if I can be given a little bit more time, 1 minute. From there, you need to proceed to the new mediation bill that has been presented. It is in the second reading in Parliament. Hopefully, it will come through. Now, that provides for the first time what is called court-referred mediation. Right? That is where the parties agree that a certain dispute that they are willing to mediate, then the court is bound to send the parties for mediation. And if that, at that point, the parties arrive at a mediated settlement, that is brought in back into court and made into a judgment of the court, and a decree can be enforced. So, as Mr. Kumarasinghe said, if the dispute is the calculation of interest, okay, if the dispute is whether the tourism moratorium or the Easter bomb moratorium or the economic moratorium was correctly applied, most cases that is the only issue in banking cases, interest, time period. Then you don't even have to go to court. If your issue is interest, tell them, go to a mediator, let the mediator decide whether this issue was not. If the mediator can't get the parties to agree, come back, then I will decide. Otherwise, we are proving the offer letter, we are proving the loan agreement. We are just going through a system which is not only broken, but we are trying to patch it up and go on. Now, people always say, justice hurried is justice denied. That may be true. That may be that substantive matters that you can't decide it in a hurry. Is efficient provision of the justice system justice hurried? Now, we are all exhausted after the Chief Justice took up position, because we are now, for the first time in my life, we are working till 4 o'clock every day, day in, day out, because the judges don't stop working now. Right? But what is that? That is not hurrying. It's just that they will not allow us to postpone cases. That is efficiency. That is not hurrying. Efficiently dispensing justice is not justice denied. That is what I need to say. It's hurried is a different case. Now, for example, do you know how long a party in the US Supreme Court has to make submissions? Roe versus Wade was overruled by Dobbs versus something. Dobbs. You know how long the two petitioners had time? Half an hour each. US Supreme Court, a party has whichever the case, and those cases, even our small Sri Lanka is affected by the arguments that are taken up in the US Supreme Court. How long do you get? Half an hour. I had the privilege of going to the Supreme Court of Singapore arbitration. Mr. Kuvera D'Souza and we were observing it because it was one of our arbitrations. 8,000 page, the arbitration brief hearing bundle was 8,000 pages. How long did the Supreme Court of Singapore allow us? 45 minutes for each party. That's it. We went, all of us went, started in the morning, finished a small break for lunch, finished at 4:30, that was it. That was a $30 million claim. That was it, 45 minutes. So do you think that if such complex matters can be decided by the Supreme Court in 45 minutes given to each side, 6 inches on a partition action cannot be decided in 45 minutes? You can do that. Why are we... Anyway, I'm taking many time, and Mr. De Silva will then, Dr. De Silva will then scold me for delaying. So those are my observations. I would say there is a opportunity, 2 opportunities to efficiently dispense justice in the Commercial High Court. One is the pre-trial conference, even for company matters, even for intellectual property. One is the pre-trial conference. 2, if the Mediation Act is enacted, to use the Mediation Act for its purpose. And mediation doesn't take the power away from lawyers, because the Mediation Act specifically says you can have lawyers and lawyers can make representations on behalf of the clients. Of course, the scenario is different. You can't be going and talking about law there. For the purpose of mediation, the lawyers can participate at the mediation. If we use those 2 tools sufficiently, I don't think that we work till 4 o'clock. As Mr. Kumarasinghe says, when we started, every senior lawyer bought their lunch to Hulstorf in those tiffin carriers. Half of them, of course, gave it to the parlors and then went and had biryani at the canteen. But everybody carried it because everybody worked till 4 o'clock. That is efficient use of judicial time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Just to follow up on what Chandaka said about making submissions, I think we as a bar have a duty not to make prolonged, unnecessarily long submissions. It is our duty to be short and as relevant as possible. And in several cases, I think we can make our submissions within 10 to 15 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Justice Samewardana, three panelists have spoken about practices, what we can do with practical changes without a change of the law. And most of these things, according to them, have been happening in their practice, but not in other practices or other practitioners. Some judges may not adopt the same practices. But we see even postponement, Mr. Jayasundar mentioned. Postponement is also a practice. And it's also becoming a bad practice and a troublesome practice for our courts. Now, sir, it looks like there are problems in the efficiency of the Commercial High Court. But His Lordship, the Chief Justice, recently said, if you want something you have never had, then you have got to do something you have never done. Now, is the Judicial Service Commission, what initiatives is the Judicial Service Commission looking into, sir, in reforming the practices, bringing in practice guidelines, or ensuring the efficiency of the Commercial High Court? And I know from your wisdom in the Commercial High Court and now in the Apex Court, overlooking the Commercial High Court, you will certainly have a view on that, sir. I invite you.
My Lord, the Chief Justice, and distinguished panelists and distinguished invitees. When we had initial discussions as to what we are going to talk about, Dr. Ramesh De Silva, the doyen of the bar, he told that we should not talk about theories. We must only talk about practical aspect of what we are doing and what we have to do. I think His Lordship, Honorable Chief Justice, as the chairman of the Judicial Service Commission, also takes the same view. And all the panelists took the view that we have sufficient laws in place. Only problem is whether we are properly implementing it. I think His Lordship, the Chief Justice, has taken that initiative, and it is happening right now. And His Lordship, with the speed with which the Honorable Justices of the Superior Courts, as well as the judges in the other original courts, and the lawyers, I think they also now have fallen in line and work at the same speed. And within very few months, not within very few years, I think we can achieve the target. And there won't be, I'm sure, any backlogs. We see that, I am in the Supreme Court, we see that it is happening. And in the Supreme Court, there was a huge backlog of cases. And we had so many consultants from various countries, including United States, with the assistance and patronage of UNDP and USAID, how to reduce the backlog in the Supreme Court. Now, I think everybody knows how it is at present, how judges work, and what has happened to the backlog. One thing Honorable Chief Justice firmly believes is that judges must not only be independent and impartial, but also competent and efficient. I agree with Dr. Ramesh De Silva when he stated maybe sometimes the objective of establishing the commercial high court we may not have achieved in the way which we expected. We know that the commercial high court and its judges have a very vital role to play as guardians of commerce and investment. And all the speakers in the previous session emphasized on that matter. Take for instance, Colombo Port City project, the massive development initiative with Chinese direct investment in Sri Lanka. This alone underscores the importance of an efficient commercial court, which is prepared to meet the challenges that lie ahead. When we speak of efficiency, we must first recognize that efficiency in the commercial high court is not only speed, but also predictability, consistency, and quality of outcomes. I think the lack of efficiency can mainly be attributed to the lack of will on the part of the judges and the lawyers to positive change. Laws are amended from time to time, academic courses are introduced, workshops are conducted, but we remain in the same sphere. We like to work in the way we have been doing things for generations. For instance, we want bundle of documents to be served as hard copies, not as soft copies. We want stenographers to type the proceedings. Electronic Transactions Act was passed in 2006, and Mr. Chandaka Jayasundara referred to the provisions in the evidence ordinance. Now, since the Electronic Transaction Act was passed, 19 years have gone by. Electronic documents, data messages, electronic filing of cases, etc. are all admissible. But after 19 years, still we are not sure about electronic documents. We have a phobia. His Lordship, Honorable Chief Justice, always reminds us of that. Still we want hard copies. Honorable Chief Justice has firmly determined to put an end to this and is working round the clock to make the court system a paperless and more efficient system. I'll give you a few examples. According to the amendment introduced by Act number 8 of 2017 to Section 27 of the Civil Procedure Code, this happened 8 years ago. The registered attorney shall mention in the proxy his or her address and email address. By Act number 43 of 2024, this was further amended by stating that the attorney shall also mention his mobile phone number. This is for what? Then the process of court to be served on the party on whose behalf the proxy was filed can be served on the registered attorney. Why then we try to serve notices of various interim applications to the party himself through personal service? It is a matter of sending an email to his attorney. Law is there, but we are not sure. We have a phobia. By the same amendment, it was provided for service of summons by registered post, by courier service, by electronic mail, etc. And it says that the registered postal article or proof of delivery of courier service shall be sufficient evidence of the service of summons and of the date of such service, and shall be admissible in evidence, and the statements contained therein shall be deemed to be correct unless and until the contrary is proved. The burden shifts to the defendant to lead rebuttal evidence, but when registered postal article receipt is marked, the defendant's attorney states that it should be marked subject to proof. And the plaintiff's attorney also keeps silent. The judge also does not say anything, and the plaintiff's attorney calls the plaintiff's lawyer's clerk who posted it, postal department officer, to prove that. What is this? There is a phobia. And Mr. Kumarasinghe, mentioned about section 90C of the evidence ordinance. Now, when a certified copy of the entry of the banker's books, it is considered as prima facie evidence. But when a bank statement, certified statement of a banker's book is marked in evidence, the opposite party wants it to be marked subject to proof. You surrender and thereafter call thousands of witnesses to prove that one. And thereafter several contradictions are marked and various things, all these questions they put aimlessly, just wasting judicial time. These are not best practices, but only malpractices. Section 440C was introduced by the same amendment in the year 2017. You cannot just state a document to be marked subject to proof. He must tell the reason why he says it should be marked subject to proof, and the judge shall record reasons for that. It further states that in the event the court, after evidence is led as to the proof of the document, accepts the document, the party who impeached the document shall be liable to pay incurred costs of proving the document in addition to taxed costs, unless the court for good reason directs otherwise. How many of you draws the attention of the court to this provision of the law? How many of us as judges draw our attention to this aspect when writing judgments and making orders? In the Civil Procedure Code, from the inception, provisions are there for discovery, interrogatories, inspection, etc. But lawyers do not make use of them. Some lawyers use them not to facilitate justice, but to thwart the cause of justice. For instance, before Section 94 was amended in 2023, any party at any time before hearing could, with leave of court, deliver interrogatories on the opposite party to answer within 10 days. Some lawyers made use of this provision to get a postponement of the trial by making the application less than 10 days before the trial, so that definitely the trial will be postponed. The judge does not realize that interrogatories shall be served with the leave of the court, but as a matter of course allows the application. Applications are made before court knowing very well the order will be against him, but those applications are made to get some order against him to file an appeal. A leave to appeal application or revision application to impede the progress of the trial and to delay the finality of the matter. Another factor is the question of costs. We refuse whatever the application subject to costs. Costs are standard, nominal costs to be recoverable at the end of the final judgment of the apex court. Litigants are not interested in recovering costs because it is not worth taking trouble to recover costs. It is during the next generation the case comes to a finality and they are not interested. I will deal with that aspect if time permits later. We want to sort out everything at the trial. Pre-trial conference was introduced in 2017. We did nothing. Then exhaustive provisions were introduced by Act number 29 of 2023. Still, no effective pre-trial conference. Honorable Chief Justice is very keen on this and directed the Sri Lanka Judges Institute to conduct effective pre-trial conference workshops in every province and agreed to address His Lordship himself in such workshops. I will deal with that matter further if Harit permits me later. In my view, not only pre-trial, law should be amended, and there is actually provision in the Judicature Act to have post-trial conference also, because by the time the district court trial is over, the parties have understood the strengths and weaknesses of their cases, and settlement with proper terms might be easy after the judgment. I also concur with Mr. Kumarasinghe and Mr. Chandaka Jayasundara when they stated that giving hearing is a wonderful thing. It is necessary, and access to justice should not be impeded. But giving hearing to parties in a way which will affect the time of the other litigants should not be allowed. Litigants cannot have unlimited court hours. Litigants are in the queue waiting for their turn. Frivolous applications should never be entertained. They shall be nipped in the bud without allowing the court's precious time to waste. It is not preventing justice, but facilitating justice. We can make rules or practice guidelines for consistency and transparency, as Article 136 of the Constitution allows the Honorable Chief Justice with 2 other justices to do so. In the final analysis, the lack of efficiency in the Commercial High Court lies primarily with the system itself. It was eloquently explained by the eminent panelists. Procedural rigidity, improper practices, frivolous applications, unreasonable adjournments, and absence of a structured approach to case management have collectively contributed to delay and inefficiency. The way forward is to reinforce structure and discipline within the system. The Honorable Chief Justice and the Judicial Service Commission have taken this task very seriously. Rest assured, we will deliver results very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship, Justice Mahindra Samewardana. There were 2 very important points where Your Lordship mentioned that case management is not necessarily related to the trial, but also what happens after trial. Because how do you recover the judgment or realize a judgment is also case management, as also what is commercial litigation without commercially viable costs. Before we are now about to conclude because the time is coming up, but I'd like to refer to Mr. R. Santakrishnan because a lot of discussion was made, sir, about the viability of mediation and arbitration. Now, India has a mediation act, and you have been involved in having an institution in India for mediation. There's a fear in lawyers in Sri Lanka to an extent that mediation might take away the work for lawyers. Also, in India, the government had taken several initiatives about arbitration, such as establishing government-based arbitral institutions, which is not seen in Sri Lanka. Would you like to comment on the Indian perspective in that, sir, for a reflection for the Sri Lanka's legal community on those two aspects, sir?
Thank you, Harish. Honorable Chief Justice of Sri Lanka, his companion judges, dignitaries on the dais, the legal fraternity from Sri Lanka under the leadership of BASL, my colleagues, I think two of them, I see them here, and friends. To start with, if I have to speak about arbitration, arbitration mainly is undertaken as an ad hoc activity. As far as institutionalizing arbitration is concerned, it is up, but in a very, very limited way. And two phrases I came across during the morning session was, one was predictability, the second was trust. In both these situations, if we talk of arbitration, it will be more predictable and trustworthy if the entire arbitration and the mediation activities come under institutions. So it's always necessary for us to concentrate on creating more and more institutions for the purposes of, number one, predictability, and number two, trust. But having said this, I must also tell you, there are one or two arbitration institutions, one in Delhi, which was created a few decades back, and the other one has come very recently in Hyderabad. It is called IAMC Hyderabad, International Arbitration and Mediation Center, Hyderabad. But for these plus one or two others, I hardly see any arbitration institutions as such. But arbitrations are going on. It can be court referred, it can be party referred because of the clauses, etc., etc. But mainly, according to me, arbitration is still going on at the ad hoc level. When it comes to predictability, there is always a question mark. Recently, we had a judgment on DMRC in which the arbitration award came to be interfered with at the 5th stage, causing thereby some kind of aberration in the arbitration world. So, when it comes to question of predictability, to what extent court can interfere with the award of the arbitration is important. Having said this, speaking on mediation, I would rather say everything began with the United Nations resolution on giving legitimacy to cross-border settlement. December 2018 saw the United Nations unanimous resolution that took shape in the form of Singapore Convention in August 2019. Initially about 40 plus countries signed, and now I think it's nearly 60 have signed, and very few have ratified it. Because of this development, as it happens in various countries across the world, including the one which is going on in Sri Lanka, India enacted the Indian Mediation Act 2023. Its full effect is yet to be seen. But still, we all talk of mediation, and mostly today in India, mediation is confined to court-referred mediations. That is, in every court across the country, there is annexed mediation center to which, whenever the court comes to a conclusion, this matter can be this matter can be settled by way of mediation, they refer it to mediation. When it comes to commerce, we are all talking about commerce today. The better way in which we conduct our commerce, when we start thinking in terms of investment, manufacturing, trade, services, all these are connected to the the economic content of each institute, each country. Sri Lanka has got a distinct experience. India has got a different experience. Across the world, we have number of experiences which in this context. But when it comes to mediation as such, I must tell you, we as Nivaran have been actively associated in promoting mediation for the past 6 years. But I must tell you, for the first time this year, when we had this summer school on mediation, international summer school of mediation, number of students from Sri Lanka also participated. We had about 650 registrations. It was a 12-day event, well attended. Consistently, every day, the number of people attending was not less than 400. Before we started on with this planning for this 12-day event and subsequently, I must tell you that I got a request from the Caribbean, from Trinidad and Tobago. Justice Vashisht Kokaram talked to me and said, we would like to have a similar summer school for the benefit of judiciary, the students and the legal fraternity across the Caribbean. A similar request also came from Africa. All these things clearly indicate that the growing importance of mediation. Number one. Number two, what I saw from the recent experiences, most of the people who are showing interest in mediation are the students of law, and among them, the women, which means future, as far as mediation is concerned, irrespective of our developments in our respective societies, is going to be very, very bright, because it'll be difficult to test the patience of those who are involved in commercial activity to wait for decades. And therefore, slowly and steadily, according to what I see, we are inching towards mediation. I must tell you a recent experience. Last November, we hosted an event called Commonwealth MEDAR Conference at Hyderabad. Thereafter, it was a successful conference. We had a honorable judge from Sri Lanka. We had a couple of delegates from Sri Lanka attending that conference. During the beginning of this year, we, on behalf of Nivaran, gave representations to the number one judge now, who is the Chief Justice of India, the number two judge, who was here yesterday, Justice Suryakant, saying what kind of steps we can take to promote mediation, so that commerce is a very important element, apart from the domestic thing that we normally get to see in the courts. The representation was under NALSA, which is National Legal Services Authority, whose head is Justice Suryakant. They can initiate to take initiative and conduct training to a number of lawyers from each of the high court in the country. We have about 29-30 high courts. Thereafter, select some among them and give training to lawyers in every district of this country. So thereby, we had about 800 districts across the country. What we said in our presentation was, in about 3 to 5 years of time, we will have a bunch of trained mediators from every district in this country. Thereby, the entire complexion or the way in which you think in terms of dispute resolution changes drastically. That's number one. As a second part, what we suggested was the mediation module that is followed so far is of the year 2005. Today we are in 2025. You need to upgrade that module in tune with today's necessity, which is 2025. Once we update that, and once you translate this particular module into all regional languages, we can reach the grassroots. So this is the representation we gave. and it was well taken and well appreciated by both the honorable judges of the Supreme Court. And recently what we got to see was from 1st of July till 30th of September, it was a 90-day effort. It was a drive called Mediation for Nation. So in that Mediation for Nation, all the refers that were pending in various courts for a quite number of time were all referred to mediation. And what recently we got to see from the newspaper report was about 100,000 cases have been settled in this 90 days time. So this only augurs well for the future. I think we all can together take this mediation as a very, very passionate and enthusiastic step towards dispute resolution, especially in the commercial world. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Diesel, I'd like to conclude by a comment from you, sir. We discussed what practices we can have without amendment of the law. And we also discussed there's currently a lot of initiative from the bench, the Judicial Service Commission, and the members of the bar to change things. But this initiative would have also been there at previous times also. My question to you, sir, is do we have to formalize this bench and bar committee, or do we have to have some kind of a law like they do in UK to bring these practice directions or the suggestions between bench and bar to some formality so that we can have it in a formal system so it can develop from there? Otherwise, my concern is, when the personnel involved are not there anymore, will the personalities who come in the future affect these practices from becoming permanent arrangements?
I don't want to take too much time, but with my experience of over 50 years at the bar, you can have practice directions, you can have list law, you can have amendments, but the success depends on the personalities and on no others. And today's success depends on the personalities that are now leading the bench. And so, whilst it's good to have amendments, it is the personalities that matter. And if the judges are efficient, if the judges are hardworking, if the judges are given directions, if the correct judges are put in the correct slots, I think all our problems will disappear. So in my view, it is the personalities and not the practice directions and so on that will matter.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude this session. I thank the esteemed... Sorry.
One thing else, the lawyers also must shape up. Otherwise, it won't work.
Absolutely, sir. It is the duty of the bar to enhance the efficiency of the commercial process. And I thank you very much, gentlemen, for your valuable time and the participants. And I hope we have broken some progress into the process. I know we had more questions to discuss, but with the time, I think we have done justice to the topic. Thank you very much, and thank you for patient hearing.
Of course, once again, our thanks goes out to the eminent panelist and, of course, our very able moderator, Attorney at Law Harith Nimel, for a productive second session here at the National Law Conference 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I cordially invite the chairman of the National Law Conference Committee, Attorney at Law Priyantha Alagiyavanna, the convener of the National Law Conference Committee, Deshani Bandara, and a committee member of the National Law Conference Committee, Vihanga Fernando, to present tokens of appreciation, of course, to our esteemed panelist and our moderator. First token of appreciation will be presented to His Lordship, Justice Mahinda Samewardana. Thank you very much, sir, for your invaluable contribution to the National Law Conference 2025. Our next token of appreciation, of course, goes out to Dr. Ramesh De Silva, sir. Thank you very much for imparting your knowledge upon each and every one of us here at the National Law Conference 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, Please put your hands together for Dr. Ramesh De Silva. Thank you very much, sir. Our next token of appreciation goes to President's Counsel Palita Kumarasinghe, sir. Thank you very much for your contribution at National Law Conference 2025. And our next token of appreciation goes out to Senior Advocate R. Santana Krishnan, who has come all the way from India. Thank you very much, sir, for taking time off your busy schedule and imparting your knowledge on all of us today here at the National Law Conference. And of course, last and certainly not least, token of appreciation to our moderator, Attorney at Law, Harith. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I have missed a very important person, and I hope that Mr. Chandaka Jayasundar, President's Counsel, can find it in his heart to forgive me. So I'm extremely sorry. A big token of appreciation to President's Counsel Chandaka Jayasundar, and of course, thank you very much, sir, for your invaluable contribution. Once again, my apologies. And of course, finally, our moderator, Attorney at Law, Harith Demir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. And I take this opportunity to invite all the panelists, together with the representatives from the National Law Conference Committee, to stand for a group photograph. If you could please oblige us. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Could we have one big round of applause for the panel and moderator of the second session on commercial law at the National Law Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, a few quick announcements before we break for lunch. I know a lot of you guys are very hungry. So, ladies and gentlemen, last evening, Lanka Hospital's Platinum Circle membership cards were launched for all members of the Bar Association. And it was the Group Chief Marketing Officer, Nimal Ratnayaka, who presented one of those first cards to the President of the Bar Association ceremoniously yesterday. This is just to inform you that every member of the Bar Association of Sri Lanka is entitled to this Platinum Circle card from Lanka Hospitals. It includes exclusive benefits, including special discounted rates on a wide range of hospital services, priority access through a dedicated hotline for streamlined appointment bookings, access to the Platinum Path, ensuring seamless and preferential services within Lanka Hospitals, laboratory services, scans, ladies and gentlemen, and over a dozen other benefits. So get your hands on this Lanka Hospitals premium card. Ladies and gentlemen, a few more announcements. The files presented, of course, in line with the National Law Conference for the day pass holders who arrived at this venue today are available at the table at the entrance to this hall. So please, day pass holders, please collect your files on your way out. Ladies and gentlemen, our next, we will, given the time constraints today, ladies and gentlemen, we will only be allotting 45 minutes for lunch. So we will be relying on your cooperation to expedite the proceedings for today, given the delays. The locations for the next, so ladies and gentlemen, lunch will end at 2:35, which is the time we expect you to be present at the next sessions. These are breakaway sessions, ladies and gentlemen. There'll be 3 sessions going simultaneously. The administrative law session, administrative law and constitutional law session, will be held at the Regent Ballroom, which is this ballroom, ladies and gentlemen. So those who want to come for the administrative law and constitutional law session, you can come right here to the Regent Ballroom. The session on criminal justice will be held at the Congress Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, the Congress Hall is located right outside towards your left. When you leave the Regent Ballroom, towards your left is the Congress Hall for those who want to attend the session on criminal justice. And for those who want to attend the session on land law, ladies and gentlemen, that will be held in the King's Court, which is on the 2nd floor. I believe all of those are available in the pamphlets that have been given out to you, ladies and gentlemen. And if you have any ambiguities, you can speak to any member of the National Law Conference Committee, and they will direct you accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being extremely patient, and we look forward to your cooperation. We will now break for lunch. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead.